And we're in.
How many sisters does Marco actually have?
1 million.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't count. I don't know. I just grew up with them my entire life. I don't fucking know. Like 7, maybe.
Who
They're
cares?
not-
No,
Mark
I'm
His
kidding.
face kept changing really quickly.
It's like he can't. He doesn't know because like every now and then they would like walk around and like he'd like be like, "Are you? Were you the same one that walked?" They're all like quadruplets.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
It was one hell of a birth.
Yeah. The mom
Their
had like a
numbers
litter
will
of
darken
several
the
dozen,
sky.
Mm-hmm.
so like it's hard to count them sometimes.
It was really sad. It looked like fucking Stargate down there.
They are legion.
It was a miracle she was able to make one more.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, sure.
I just love the idea. It's like, oh, you know, we had like several dozen at once, and then like a couple of years later, we had one.
God.
And that was Marco.
And it was
Destined
Marco
for
the whole time.
greatness.
Destined for greatness. 1% blood.
Ready to go.
Ready to go.
Does that mean all the sisters also have 1% blood?
I like to
Yeah.
think it's like a bearing, like a number of like birth order.
How do you know?
It just decreases.
Yeah.
I mean,
How
I
do
feel
you
like
know?
it would be weird if he was the only one.
Looks like
That would mean that he's
I
not
didn't
related
tell
to
you you
them.
were adopted.
I mean, hey, if he's adopted, he's adopted. I mean, if they didn't tell him, they didn't tell him. I don't know.
Who wants to
Oh,
watch
shit, now
RPs
they're
at
all
3 a.m.?
selfish.
Alarm clock rings. Oh boy, 3 a.m. But really, the same time zones keep me from catching Zelda live most of the time. Here now, here's the inspiration. Got it. Thanks, my dude. American
Hell
Jake
yeah.
with the $12. Thank you very much, man. Let's go ahead and give all those out to
Yeah.
people. My guys, it's Monday.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Just want to let you guys know in case you didn't, you know, in case you were
I don't
wondering.
believe you. Prove it.
Look outside.
Okay.
Are you looking?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's definitely a Monday,
Monday.
Sky. I can see the Monday written in the
Yeah.
in the cloud.
Yeah.
Contrary to a certain orange cat, I love Mondays. It's like to be here with you guys.
Shut the
Warfield.
fuck up.
Get out.
This is what I get for showing my fucking love to you guys. I
Yeah,
guess.
no,
Exactly.
I
Yeah, you
understand. We should
exposed
talk
your
about
weakness.
Garfield right now. Tell me
You should
your love for
understand
Garfield.
we're all vicious
Tell me
killers here.
your love for Garfield. Prove to me you're a real one.
Prove to me you're a real.
Do it, Emerald.
I
You
like
fucking pussy. Come on,
I liked how he looked in his live action movie because he looked goofy.
get the fuck out of here. You fucking suck. What the fuck? We only know that the 1984 Garfield is the only Garfield that exists.
What about that
Yeah,
one? What about that one
get
pizza
your
place?
shit together.
That one's,
really-
that one's terrifying.
1984.
Yeah. What about
one
the pizza place though? Like, does that exist, right?
I really
Or-
like the Nightmare Garfield series.
I'm sorry, John.
Jesus.
Isn't there like a place where you could like order lasagna or something and like?
Yeah, and it's greasy as hell, and it only lives in Canada. Actually, it was originally made in Dubai, and then it moved to Canada.
How do you
but only,
know
like,
it's
one
greasy
specific-
as hell?
It's all great. It's all great stories
I watched
begin in
that
Dubai.
incredible amount of reviews on it. A
Well, yeah, but
worrying
can
amount
you
of
really
reviews on it.
trust? Can you really trust the masses on good lasagna?
I sure hope so, because that's how they make the pizza. They need
Well,
mass.
Bullets don't work, John.
So welcome to session
think-
40.
I did it! Never mind. I was trying to make like a perfect pile, and like this one keeps fucking getting off, and I can't do anything. They can't see it, but I can see it, and that's all that makes, and that's all that matters. My guys, we have a
Yeah.
very scary game for me. This is a very scary game to me, my dudes.
Yeah.
I'm extremely terrified because I don't fucking know what you guys are gonna do today.
It's a mansion
Someone's
game.
some of you are gonna go. Some of you are gonna go to the castle. Some of you are gonna hang out with like a brother. One of you's with Chefos again, I guess. I don't know what's going on. Just you guys are gonna do things, and I'm gonna watch. Is the extent of this? I'm so afraid that I'm not even gonna say goodbye to Big Chat. I'm not even gonna say it. It didn't happen. I'm not gonna say goodbye Big Chat. It's not gonna be in my vocabulary. I'm not gonna be like goodbye Big Chat. We understand and acknowledge you. It's not even gonna happen. We're already in. There we
Shit,
go.
he really is pretty
A
shook.
lot of time dedicated to talking about Big Chat when you don't want to talk about Big Chat.
Well, I
That's
didn't
how
talk about
scary
Big
he is.
Chat. I was talking. I'm too shook. I'm too shook about my fear. You know.
Mm.
I love how there's 2 type here's over here at Lon Lon now. I don't know why, and I don't know who's typing in orange. There are two type here's, and I'm afraid of them. Too many things are
It's
shaking me
trying
today.
to communicate.
for me.
Quick, we abort it.
Too many things are getting me shook today. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to do it. Everything's crazy. You know what I mean? You get it.
Oh yeah, man.
You get it.
Oh fuck yeah, bud.
Oh fuck yeah, bud. With all that being
Oh.
said, I also noticed that the hero points daily has also been clicked on at some point. So that one's gone as well. That was probably me though. Let's be honest. But I believe I remember the hero points you guys get. You get some of them sometimes. Cool. But yeah, we'll have to see how things go today. And I'm gonna give a bit of a roll over on this dice over here, and we're gonna see who's gonna tell us about what's going on. And that's gonna be Squeaky. What happened last game?
Oh wow. Well, last game. Yes. No. Okay. So last game, we were back at the party. At the party that the party was having at the party house in the house of the party, and we were having a grand old time. We didn't invite any of these people, but we let them stay anyway. And now they're not going to leave. They'll come back every Saturday night thinking that we do this on the reg. But while that was happening, Ronan and Gorthos were having a good powwow talk in the baths, naked. Look at them bones, baby. And they were having some good times talking about hopes and dreams and goals and the dam and what are you gonna do now, Ronan? And I'm not gonna go too into detail because it's worth watching. Go watch it. Also, I don't remember everything. So as we went to that, Marco, Jasna was Jasna was talking up some ninjas. Roki was like, "Man, this party's kind of popping, but not as much as I would like it to." And Jasna was like, "Hey, so how's that pursuit of yours that's not going anywhere probably right now?" And he was like, "Don't you worry, I have an eye in the sky, and I know I have time." He says,
Looking at the camera.
looking at the camera, "I have plenty of time." And then he left. Meanwhile, Jasna was like, "Well, what about you, other Sheikah?" And she was like, "Yeah, this is a party and it's okay. And this is way too much fun and enjoyment for my liking because I'm what they call a sour bitch. But I do have something for you, Jasna, in the form of a cloak that is completely identical to the one of your the one that I, sacrificed for the bokoblin. It's very nice. I hope you like it. I called one in," says the DM. And Jasna was like, "Oh, baby, thank you so much. Do you want this? How about I give you an IOU?" And they and they left it at that. It was really good development. That was a little bit of a backwards in time. As we fast forward a little bit back, we go back to Polo and the magic door. Where's the magic door? It needs to the knob rooms. It's highly censored. Too not safe for work. Way too risky for TV. You got to watch it on pay-per-view. Knobs everywhere. Where did they come from? Where did they go? I don't know, Cotton Eye Joe. But she went into the room and she found that specific knob that tickled her fancy just a little too much. And it was a knob. So then she took it.
All the knobs.
So then she took the knob. Yeah, along with feeling up a couple of the other ones because she was curious. It's okay. She's at that age. So she takes her knob But as she takes her knob and decides that, wow, this is a weird room, Ronan and Gorthos are coming back from their deliciously character developed bath time, and then they're like, oh hey Polo, what you doing? And Polo's like, do you see this door? And they're like, no. And then she opens it. Now do you see this door? No, because you opened it. But wow, a room. And they go in the room and they check out, and now Gorthos and Ronan are surrounded by knobs, and they're like, Polo, you into some freaky shit? And she's like, no, it's just the knob room. And Ronan finds his knob, and he's like, wow, that's where you've been, little buddy. And he starts pulling out.
Starts pulling out the knob. Go on.
Keep
Penis.
going.
Penis, 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 penis,
Pulling
penis,
out
penis.
his penis. He starts pulling out his knob, and it's a little heavier than normal. It's a little heavier than he thought it would be. And Gorthos was like, I ain't touching none of these knobs. And Ronan's like, this knob's really heavy, I don't understand. And Polo puts her knob on the table, and she's like, I don't understand, mine's perfectly fine. And Ronan's like, fuck it, I'm gonna force it. This is my knob, and I want it now. And in the process, he drops his doorknob. It creates a small explosion. It pushes everyone back. It shakes the house a little bit. Jasna and Marco are like, whoa, what the fuck? That there's some shaking. That there's some explosion. Where are the rest of our friends? And Marco decides to head a bit forward to the source of it. Jasna decides to get Galen, and then she tells him, can you please put on some clothes? And Galen was like, if this is important, then there's no time to put on clothes. And if it's not important, then why should I put on clothes? And honestly, it's a very reasonable argument. Jasna was like, fine, whatever the fuck you want to do. And they went downstairs, and then they found Polo, and Polo was like, wait a minute, guys, do you see this door? And it happened again. And suddenly now everybody's in this room, and it's the knob room, and no one understands the knob room, and we get frustrated at the knob room. We get Shefos, he sniffs at all the knobs, and he's like, each person has a knob, but the knob hasn't been unlocked yet. Kingdom Hearts is within reach, though. And Galen said, fuck this shit, I got nothing, I'm out. And at some point, I think Gorthos also gave up too. I can't quite remember.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, I think Gorthos gave
Eventually.
up too. And Marco and Jasna and Ronan and Polo were like, there's got to be more to this. And Ronan was like, thankfully I have a song that helps us with that. We saw a nice little flashback. And Deco explained the fate card. And it's the hub home. That's what it is. It's the hub home. We connect the house with our knobs, and the house gets bigger. It's Magic House. Cool. Freaking Nito burrito. We decide, I think we're done with this shit, and decide to all go to bed. And then we wake up the next morning. We have a party meeting in the kitchen where we talk about freaking. So Polo, what the fuck are you gonna do with your brother? Can you get rid of him? All he does is freaking charge his phone, not be bisexual, eat hot chip, and lie. We don't want him here, Polo. Please take him. And Polo's like, I need to think about what I'm going to do with this whole leadership thing and my brothers, and man, it's gonna be stressful, but we talk about what we're probably gonna do today. And Galen's like, I want a day off. Like, let's have a good day off. And we were all like, yeah, let's fucking do that shit. And everybody was like, cool, here we go. We're gonna go and get away from Vega because we can't stand being around him. You have fun with that, Polo. And Polo's like, yep, you're right. He's my responsibility. And Galen was like, but I can take him off your hands if you want me to. Except he didn't say if you want me to. He just said, I'll do it. And Polo was like, are you fucking sure? And he was like, yeah, no, you have plans today, totally, do you? And she was like, nope, but that's okay. They figured shit out. Vega was all being like, I'm totally I'm totally still sleeping. And freaking Polo's like, well, I'm gonna go pretend to make breakfast so that Vega can stop his bullshit. And Vega got back on his bullshit, and Galen was like, I'll humor you, freaking sheep man. What do you want? And he was like, man, I want to eat, but I don't want to be around my sister for some reason. How about I take all your clothes and dress up like a weird Kokiri sheep man, and let's go out to town together. And Galen said, you know what? That sounds mighty fun and chaotic, and I'm down for that shit. Let's fucking go. And Rocket ate his food, and Rocket's gonna go to work, and he's probably gonna be paying rent. So he's a good boy. We all love him. On my side of the screen, he's getting head pats, but everybody probably just sees me like fan his crotch or something. I love him. He's such a good boy. I love him. Look at him. He gets your belly rubs. He's so good. That's what happened last time.
I love
No drawings required.
how detailed you are about certain things, like knobs,
Yeah,
and
I love knobs.
and then how not detailed you are about other things, like how this actual place works. But it was a recap. So here you go.
Yeah, what the fuck you
Paula.
want? Yeah, what the fuck you want? Beggars can't be choosers, dude. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
You know what? You call it a gift horse? Okay, so that was a gift to me, so I don't have to give you an inspiration for it. When you guys
Yeah, sure.
were coming in through here, everybody had decided to go off in their own direction. Some of you are going off over toward the castle. Some of you guys are going into the city, and I have no idea what the fuck Polo is going to be doing. But we'll decide that in just a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean first things first.
What?
As we're coming into this game, Polo, you're the only person I have no idea what the fuck you're doing.
Well, she was gonna just stick to Sheffos.
You're just hanging out here. You're just hanging out here today.
Yeah, she's gonna take it chill. She's
Because
gonna
like the
hang out.
thing that I'm asking you is like, are you planning on doing anything, or is this like a?
Mm,
Are you wanting to have a scene?
it can wait while I maybe think a bit more over it.
Well, like
I thought we were gonna
I'm
start
just
with other
wondering if
people
you had
first.
anything planned, because again, everybody else had decided to go off and do other things, and you said you were going to stay here with Sheffos. So I wanted to know what you were doing, because I need to know where everybody is headed. If you're planning on staying here, that's perfectly fine. But we do have basically, whenever people decide to do nothing in the day, like that's fine. We can definitely do that, but we need to know like what's going on, so I know how long to have the other scenes be.
In terms of what she would do while she's around Sheffos, it would probably just be like maybe ask him some questions to see how much whatever they did to the house, how much he regained. So probably just ask him questions like, do you remember how you did the magic? What do you remember in general now? Because he says he remembered things. We just never got too into detail because we were so done with the knob room that it was like, let's just go to bed and we'll talk about this tomorrow.
You can definitely see if Sheffos remembers anything else. Again, it doesn't really have to be too big of a thing, because it is not a ton that I can give as of right now, because you guys technically have not used any of the knobs. But go ahead and give me a just a flat out luck roll.
Okay, a flat out luck roll. Here's my D20. That is a 12.
Unfortunately, talking with Sheffos throughout the day, you would note that Sheffos seems mostly normal. There is still a bit of weirdness that Sheffos would be talking to you with, where like they are still getting used to remembering anything about their master and anything about the person that was living with them and their master. Not really understanding much about this place, much more than you guys do. Just the general rules and things that would go down, which you guys would already know. Unfortunately as well, you guys have found the only last secret of this place, which was the knob room, or the master's room as Sheffos would call it. So unfortunately, there's not a ton that Sheffos would remember as of right now. The only other thing that you would note is that Sheffos would tell you that this entire place would evolve every time that a knob is used. That is the one big thing you would know. So, for example, if you guys were to use another knob, you may get more area in your garden, for example. But that is about it. Unfortunately, Sheffos does not have a humongous grasp on the situation as of yet. But next time you guys use a knob, maybe he will have more things to say.
Okay.
Again, you can have some thoughts on what you want to do for the rest of the time. As you are doing so, let's move on to the other one that I'm not entirely sure what's going to go down. Gallon.
Hi.
You had said last time that you were going to be making your way out with the boy. As you are leaving the place with Vega, who is now dressed in your Kokiri finery. I would like to know, as you guys are outside of the house as of right now, is there anywhere in particular you're trying to take Vega? Is there anywhere in particular you want to go? What's going to happen here?
So you're still hungry, right?
The dog ate all my food.
All right, let's go to the inn.
That
Like
is
I
right.
told you.
That is right. I completely forgot that you were gonna get him food.
Yo, team exposed midriff.
Hell yeah.
Because let's be real, I remember that Kokiri modification. He was like, "Yeah, no."
Yeah, it is definitely.
Yeah.
It is definitely. It is definitely a. It's definitely a basically a just a red version of his normal freaking
It's a Kokiri
like
crop
shirt here.
top.
Like look at that.
It's a Kokiri crop top.
But yes, as the two of you would make your way over toward the inn, upon going in, this would be around the time that breakfast would be getting started, would be getting made throughout the place. As of right now, there is a Ro there. Ro is definitely one of the cooks that are there right now because you can hear her whenever you come in. You can hear her giving orders to the people in the back. As you see that Mr. Nook is waiting at the front of the area there. Is there anything in particular you want to do with them, or is it just getting him to a seat and getting him some food?
Yeah, go over, just be like, meal for two, best you got.
You say the best you got to Mr. Nook?
Yeah.
He looks you over. I would say that as he looks to you and he looks to Vega, who will make his way over toward a place and look at where basically he would find the best table would be. Luckily, there's not a lot of people in here. Otherwise, you're pretty sure he might tell people to get up. He walks over toward one of the tables and sits down, just basically as comfortable as it looks this man can be with all of his tight green clothes. Mr. Nook looks to him, looks to you, and then just sort of gives a nod. As you ask for food, roll me for your charm.
Hey, love. You love me, right?
I can give you another type of snack if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Your charm. Okay, they're not gonna. As they look to you, they look over toward Vega. They're pretty sure they remember you and Vega over at the party last night. There's how much can you guys eat today? As Mr. Nook says that go ahead and sit down. He's not going to charge you
Oh, that's so sweet of you.
this time.
That's extra sweet of you.
The two of you make your way over as Ro hears that you are here. She is them barking even louder toward the people in the back, basically saying to make the breakfast absolutely perfect or they're out of here.
Family.
Gordon Ramsay over here.
It's bloody raw. Anyway, as you sit down, eventually you are greeted with some of these servers. They will bring you guys over some mostly just normal Hylian breakfast food. As we will see that they bring over different styles of like pastry and things like that over to you. There are some boar meat sausages and things of that nature. But as you are as food gets brought over, you do see that Vega almost immediately goes into it. He is absolutely famished. You see, he hasn't eaten since last night at the fucking gigantic party buffet. So
Just looking at that, like, did you actually go a whole month without eating?
what's wrong?
Wow. I mean, just wow.
Yeah, I am pretty great.
Yeah, just about anybody I know would die from that.
Oh yeah, but I can't die, so you know.
So was it unbearable agony?
Unbearable
Well,
what?
clearly. I mean, did it hurt? You know, like, did you feel hungry? You know, like starving?
I was pretty hungry, yeah. I'm not sure if I'd call it agony or anything. But I didn't like it. He shrugs. Whenever I was back home, the only people who I'd ever really trust to get me anything was, well, you know, and he seems to like be uncomfortable for a second, and then he goes back into eating, as if there's something there, but he didn't want to say anything. He continues to eat some of his food as he just sort of like just completely forgets them anything about people around him. Do you want him to finish his food? Do you want to keep trying to talk to him? What do you want to do, my dude?
No, I'll let him eat a little bit, and then just like between meals, basically between plates.
He finished.
Because
Like the two of you finish your first part of the meal as again, Ro eventually comes out, sees you two are don't have any food in front of you, and she's like, it's fine. We'll give you. Who the let them have no food? I'm kidding. No, you didn't bring enough out. What's wrong with you? But no, eventually she will go back and get you guys your second helping. But yeah, there is now a spot of time. You see that he has been brought. Both of you have been brought a cup of coffee each. He seems to be looking at it and like kind of like smelling it, as if he has not had coffee before.
Gal's like, you enjoy it like this as he picks it up. He's gonna do a completely pointless flourish of like pinky out bullshit. And take a sip.
He watches you as you do that. I'm gonna roll for him. Da-da-da.
No cream, no sugar. Damn.
Teaching your brother how to be hard, man.
Real men drink that shit black.
We gotta get some hair on his
In
chest.
that ones, as he looks to you, he figures every single one of those steps you just told him is absolutely necessary. As he takes the cup in hand, he flourishes it slightly, pinky out, and then drinks it almost identical to you. As he takes it down for a second, he puts it, he takes the small drink, puts the cup down. I didn't taste anything. What was that?
It's something to warm and wake you up.
He looks down at it, looks to you. I don't like it.
You don't have to drink more, but then
He like looks to the drink, then back over towards you, who just sort of again just kind of like takes another drink of it. Is like, why are you drinking that?
I mean, I like it.
Why?
I mean, it's really cold up here for me. I kind of came from the desert.
Oh, I see. That probably makes a lot of sense. We came from like where it's super cold, so like obviously I probably wouldn't like anything hot. Although I like things that are hot all the time. Actually, it doesn't make any sense.
I mean, you don't need to be warmed up as much, do you?
Like looks to you, looks down to the drink. Yeah, I guess that makes a little bit of sense. Here, he just takes the cup and he puts it over towards you.
Oh, thanks. I'll drink it too.
As he then like kind of leans back, looking over toward the kitchen.
Something on your mind?
I don't know. I just wonder what they're doing back there.
Cooking.
I mean, yeah, but like, what are they doing, you know?
I mean, I've seen a little bit of cooking from watching other people, and alright, I wouldn't really call what I did cooking on the road.
You cooked?
Mostly burned things.
I don't like that. I don't know. It's just, you know, they have those doors. You can't see past them. It's like, what are they doing, you know?
Are you? Do you think they're doing something bad?
I mean, no, maybe, no, no. I mean, like you and Polo are like, they're good, right?
Yeah, they're very good.
Yeah, and it tastes good. So he seems to again just leave his eyes locked on the door.
Do you want to know how it's done?
How it's why?
I mean,
I know how cooking works. They you put the thing and you get it hot and then you feed it to me.
I mean, there's a few steps in between.
I mean, not really that interested in like how it works. I just, you know, I mean, if you trust them, that's fine.
Yo, he never watched his sister cook.
So you are worried.
No, why would I be worried? I mean, I'm immortal. I don't nothing goes on with me.
Then why stare at the door?
It's like, what are they doing back there? You know, like why the secrecy?
So you're worried.
No, I wouldn't be worried. What are you talking? This continues as he seems to not want to admit that he's worried, but also he's like, but what are they doing?
Well, you could always ask my sister. I'm sure she'd be happy to explain it to you.
She seems to be yelling a lot.
Yeah, that's because I'm here. She's making sure they do the best job they can.
Well, I mean, that's good, right? Like, they're obviously not gonna do anything weird then. I just thought that, she would be, like, that she would make it, not other people there, you know? Like, there are more people there than just her, and, you know? Like, what are they doing, you know?
Cooking.
Yeah. Sinisterly.
On family, I do have to ask. Why were you playing? I don't want to say Dad asleep.
Hmm?
Back at the house?
Nothing.
Listen, Vega, you can talk to me. I'm going to be a part of your court, right?
He looks you over, at which point he gives a bit of a smirk. Is that right?
You're the one who offered.
Don't think I can't smell you.
Wait, I've taken a lot of baths.
What are you talking about, Gallon? What are you thinking he's smelling?
I don't know. That's why he's like, wait, I've taken baths. What?
You have
What do
what?
you mean? Do I smell?
That's the thing. You don't smell like something.
What do you mean?
He sort of leans back with almost like a smirk of superiority about him. You two didn't do anything last night.
Oh, yeah, no.
How can I be so sure I'm gonna be seeing anybody in my court this way? Sometimes I wonder if my dog doesn't want to open the door because he's scared of the door, or because he wants me to get up.
Well, you offer me a position.
That's because I thought you were. That's because I thought you were a done deal with me and with my sister. I'm not sure about it anymore. Can't even seal the deal on a great day like yesterday, when she was in such a good mood, or I guess maybe even a bad mood with everything that happened between us. A mood. There was a mood present, is what I'm saying.
Mm.
I just gotta wonder. Are you even trying?
God damn it. Kind of just smiles a little. Well, I mean, it would be too easy.
Hmm.
I mean, you didn't see everything last night. I mean, you may have saw it after it happened, but he like motions to his cape.
Looks to the cape. Looks to you.
Trading lavish gifts, kisses under a fountain.
You see a smile go across his face, but he does seem to lean back and look at you. That's your only goal then? It seems to me like something else happened last night. I may not have eyes everywhere, but I have a good nose, you know.
And what does your nose tell you?
My nose tells me one of you, well, came back a little bit different than the other.
So what do you think that means?
He looks to the doorway and looks back to you. Let me guess. She dumped you, didn't she?
How? Like a knife in the heart, Vega.
I knew it. I'm right, aren't I?
That is brutal.
I got it. As soon as I told her yesterday she could become king, immediately rethinking her life. You have a lot to prove if you want to become the next king's consort. Although also that means I have to die first, which I don't think that's going to be a thing. You know, the whole immortal thing. But you know, princess or whatever.
So I do have to ask, since you've brought it up, why do you want to be king?
What do you mean?
I mean, I can imagine why a lot of people want to be king. Wealth, authority.
Yeah, I have those things.
Yeah, so why king?
Well, like, what? I don't get it. Wouldn't you?
Hmm. Maybe. Not necessarily. If I thought the person who could be in charge was doing a good enough job already, or better than I could.
The king is the most powerful. That's why. The king is the one who makes all the shots. The king's the one who says what goes down. The king determines everything. The strength of a nation. Before, all we've had are generals. But what did that lead all the generals? Right to an early grave. But if we had a king, that'd be much different. Look at how long the people of Hyrule have lasted with their monarchy. Decade after decade, lifetime after lifetime, the same family in the same castle. That's what we need. And when it came between me and my brother, well, I just so happened to want it more.
So you want it because it means you're the strongest?
I want it because it means that people know I'm the strongest. I don't have to do anything like what I did yesterday to prove anything. Instead of seeing me break down an entire wall with just a single toss of a stone, they can see, oh, that guy's the king. He calls the shots. And then I can throw stones or whatever, you know, just in case. But mostly it's just there to get rid of the middleman, you know? I'd be the king, the ruler, undisputed.
Oh.
What about everything that comes with it?
I know a lot about that stuff now. Like,
You know about finances, diplomatic relations, what your people want?
see, that's the thing. I learned about something from the king last night. I can get people for those things.
Do you have people in mind?
No. But like, the more I
So-
think about it, like, the best option would probably be Hadar.
He's just fucking scared.
So you want your brother, your rival, to bow to you and manage everything for you?
Well, not everything, obviously. He's not the king.
What won't he be managing then?
You know, just the things that I can't manage.
Please, what can you manage?
uh, I have many talents. I
I've
can,
seen.
I can, you know,
Alan just has this fucking smug ass smile on his face. Just leaned in like, please, no, don't stop. You were doing so well.
I mean, I have the drive to succeed.
So you want it. And
Yeah.
everything else will just work itself out?
I mean, yeah, mostly, yeah. I think. I mean, if I have Hadar and if I have Polo and if I have other people to take care of things, then I could be like the guy that has final say, you know? Like they tell me, "Hey, uh carrots are going up." And I'd be like, "Makes sense. Carrots grow on trees after all. That's pretty far up. I approve."
So, Vega, may I be honest with you for a moment?
Yeah, what up?
You sound like a figurehead.
Uh, I want
You'll
to be a
have the
king, not I want to be a king, not a figure.
They'll call you the king. You're certainly terrifyingly strong,
Mhm.
but it doesn't sound like you'll be wielding any of the powers or responsibilities that come with actually being a king.
Well, I mean, you're not being very specific is all. Like I could if you were more specific, I'd tell you exactly what I could do.
I
Like
spoke with
put me in a situation right now. I'll figure it out immediately.
last night.
Mhm.
You bowed. You made promises to the king. You don't want it to be known as Northern Hyrule, right?
Yeah, that's yeah. See, and I talked to
The
him about
promises
it.
you made almost made that true.
Uh, what?
If he took you up on half of the agreements you offered him, you would have been Northern Hyrule.
Uh, no, like we were. I was talking to him about like uh I hear about all the great alliances that have come to Hyrule, and I was thinking that we could do that, you know, like that thing, the thing that, yeah, isn't
You
that,
mean like with the Gorons, the Gerudo, the Zora?
yeah, those things.
Our leaders stopped calling themselves kings and queens and whatever titles suited their culture the best because they all fell in line with Hyrule.
Uh,
So maybe for you, you'd be the king for a bit, and eventually they'd go back to generals, and who knows what else.
but I mean, that's not what I want though. I don't want it. I mean, so I shouldn't try to ally with Hyrule.
Hmm. No, not necessarily, just not in the terms you agreed to.
Uh, I I mean, he seemed like he knew what he was talking about and what he was doing, and I thought show him
He was
what
thinking
I
of
had, right? Put all my cards out.
not always the best thing to do.
Uh,
Sometimes you let people think what they want. As he smiles a little bit, like I'm letting you think about what you want about last night. Sometimes you hold things back.
I didn't. It's not like I told him everything, right? I mean,
It sounded like you told him a lot. And you have to ask yourself, what about everybody who lives in the north? Do they want to go along with what you want? What's best for them too? After all, if you're going to be king, you're going to lead them, right?
well, I mean, that's kind of the thing, right? Like, no matter what I do, I mean, it'll be better than what we got right now, right?
What do you actually have right now?
Well, I mean,
I've only heard so much about you, your brother, and the north from Polo. I don't know actually much beyond that.
we don't got a lot. I mean, we do, obviously, like, we're strong, but everyone's separated. We are all different, except for the people who go over to that artisan city. And the people there, they're not happy. They don't have anything. They call it lawless over there. And I mean, that doesn't sound very good, right? And if you're a king, then you're all about, like, the laws, right? So, like, it just doesn't seem like that place should be a thing. So I would think that having a strong king, we could get everyone, like, corralled together, like, under the kingdom, under the strongest. And then I could protect them.
So, you want to be a general?
No, cuz I can't do that.
Why can't you?
I can't do it. Is all. I can't become the general.
Does it have to do with those fancy gifts left behind? Your inheritance?
No, I mean, kinda, but not really. I mean, Dad
Then
was
why
the
can't
general. The Great Demon General, it's a big thing, But it has a bunch of meaning behind it. Like that stall said.
So,
There's a lot of history.
so being a king means less to you?
No, it's different. I can't be the Great Demon General. That's him. That was him. But I can be the Great Demon King.
I mean, you could though. If you wanted to, you could be him, be better than him.
Better than him. He shakes his head. I don't come close. The day that I become better than him is the day I don't have to keep carrying him around.
Then don't you want to find different ways to be stronger? If you just carry him around and keep collecting what he left you, aren't you only going to become him?
That's the thing. I mean, what's the point, right? I'm already super strong. I'm basically the strongest person in the entire world. What's the point of getting even stronger?
What happens if we take those away from you?
I mean,
Well, not me.
you
but you.
can't. So
What happens when they're missing?
that won't
Come
happen either.
So there's no way for that to happen?
Well, you see him look over to his bag and then look back to you. You saw one of them, right?
The giant horn?
Hmm. That one, I mean, I guess someone could get their hands on if they get all the way up to me and they take it from me and I don't kill them immediately. Like, that'll be something somebody could probably do, but mm, it doesn't work for anybody else. So I don't know why they do it, first off.
To take it away from you. If they know that's how you're strong, they take it away.
And what's the point? I'll just kill them afterwards without it.
But if they take away all of them, how strong are you?
I'm the son of the great demon general. There's nothing
Yeah.
about me that's weak.
Do you think you could show me? Without those?
He looks over at you. What do you mean?
Just show me how strong you are when you don't have them.
It's not a good idea, Galen. I got a question for you.
Please, I've been asking a lot of questions.
How much have you seen Apollo? Whenever she's fighting.
Hmm. Mostly in the back, shooting arrows with terrifying efficiency.
See, that's not me. I don't do things that way. I get right up in front. I take the hits. When one of us does something like that, gets right up at someone and goes to town on them, you know what happens, right? If I didn't have the thing that keeps me from being hurt, if I didn't have the thing that keeps me immortal, I'd probably get hurt, right? At least on some level. And as soon as that happens, it's game over for anyone who's in front of me. He leans forward and looks at you as he says this. I'm sure you've seen the look in her eyes, right?
He thinks back to last night, glowing red.
So you have seen it. Polo.
The way you think.
Polo is only... well... you know. The demonic blood inside of Polo isn't complete. He went completely around saying Polo's only a half demon because of his thing that he's promised he wouldn't do. Anyway, Polo's blood isn't that of a complete demon. She can only let that kind of stuff out in little bursts, even, from what I've seen. Maybe things have changed, and maybe things will change in her life. But with us, you do enough to us, and it's over for anyone in front of us. Me and Hadar, if you were to do that to us, we wouldn't stop. It's not that I'm dislike you or anything, Galen.
Oh, thank you.
But I think that if you were to do something like that, let's say you get a lucky hit in, I'd hate to remove you. I do like you.
You know, you're not the first person to say that to me. So,
I
even
know this
without
all sounds weird, but I do mean when I say it. Me and my brother are the strongest people that I think this country's ever seen, at least in recent years. Before everything happened with Dad.
then I guess even without them, you have nothing to worry about except for your brother. But what did happen?
With what?
Your father.
Um, you see him kind of like look over toward the door again, over at where Ro and everyone's cooking. We don't know. We don't know. You want to give me a
Is
roll,
that
Gallon?
Absolutely. What am I rolling?
You want
There were a
to give me?
couple
You want to give
donations
me
before he
a?
rolls.
Want to give me an instinct?
Oh, good.
There was a couple donations.
Yep. And I've been looking at them,
Yeah,
and I'm
well-
waiting for the end of the scene.
Oh,
And
good.
you have this here if you'd like. You also have some fleetings, and not fleetings. You also have some other things if you'd like to.
Let's see what happens. And
Auto success.
let's go.
He looks at you. We don't know what happened to him. But Adar thinks he was poisoned.
That makes sense. If strong as you say.
You see, like, he's somewhat gripping onto the table as he says that. Cowardly. And it had to be something big for someone like him. Adar thinks it might have been immediate, or hell, it could have even been something that he just never told us about. Dad was a tough son of a bitch, but again, you see him look over toward the door where Ro and them are cooking. It's dumb.
I hope one day you can find out what happened. And if I ever find out myself, assuming we're not bound at the hip following Polo, I'll be sure to let you know.
We demons are usually tougher than that. We... They... You see him just sort of like look away as he gives off like a bit of a growl.
All the more reason to have people you can trust around, right? Like Polo?
Yeah. It's... We were lucky. I think that Hadar is right at least about one thing. I think Dad saw it was coming.
Hmm.
I think he saw it was coming because he got those two involved.
What do you mean?
Polo and Mimosa. Polo's mom. I think... I don't know, but... I think she knew more than she was letting us know. She was always... so damn nice, you know?
I think I know.
I think she knew what was gonna happen. But... I don't know for sure. And unfortunately, if she did, she took it to her grave.
That makes me wonder something.
Hmm.
If they knew it was going to happen, and they let it happen, what do you think was going to happen if they hadn't let it play out as it did?
I have a thought. I don't know if it's true, but I've been thinking about it since last night. Ever since I found out that Polo can use these things. That she could see something when she touched them.
Go on.
I think he wanted to make sure they were separated.
So that someone just couldn't take them all?
I think he wanted to make sure that the three of us couldn't get all of them. So that's why he brought in Polo and Mimosa.
But you're going after them.
I only wanted the majority.
I see.
Now that I have three, I have the most. I have more than Hadar, I have more than Polo can get. Mimosas have to be given away if she does find them. And even if he does find all of those, she didn't get anything great. It was mostly the bed and different things like that. And the only one left is Mom.
Your mom?
Mm-hmm. I'm not even sure if she knows where to go for those, or if she even has them, or knows they exist.
I mean, if she left them for everyone else, that just makes sense, wouldn't it?
Hmm?
Do you have them? Your brother has them. Polo has them. Her mother had them. It would only make sense for your mother to have some too, right?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that by adding in a couple more people, even if he didn't intend to do that for this reason, it separated everything enough, you know? Each of us get two. But now I have three.
And so that makes you the king.
The only way for any of the other ones to get around is if we die. Which means, as long as Polo's up, we don't have to worry about anything. The only ones that are kind of weird right now are mimosas. But again, even if my brother Hadar were to get all of those, he'd still only have 3. Because I have one of his now. And I've already proven I'm stronger than him because I won.
It's not over exactly until all of them are in someone's hands, right? And the others back down. I mean, look at you. You've got the idea in Polo's head now.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, you were listening, right?
It was a little weird to hear her talk about it. I mean, I feel bad. It's never going to happen. But at least she's thinking about it.
She might surprise you. She surprised me so far.
Surprise me? Like in the dark?
No. As in, do something you wouldn't expect.
Well,
In a good way.
Well, then how's she going to become king if she doesn't surprise me in the dark?
Is that a requirement?
Well, yeah. I either have to lose the bet or I have to die.
Or she gets more from the others.
Well, no, because I'm king. Can't just come and take being king. Nobody, just because I'm stronger than Hyrule's king, I can't just walk in and take being king from him.
I mean, do you know why he's king?
Because his dad was king.
No. If I remember, it actually did. It wasn't he. Isn't he technically consort by title?
Yes.
Ah,
He married in.
So, you think Polo?
No, don't
Okay.
go there.
All right. Then I'm not really getting you, Gallon.
There are a lot of ways to become a king. Or a chieftain.
Do you think any of those things are what she's gonna do? Because all those things mean she's gonna have to dethrone me, right?
Not necessarily. If people don't want you to be king, they'll certainly try, and they'll try to put someone else there.
Isn't that dethroning me?
Yes, but I'm not saying she has to do it. After all, aren't you still competing with your brother?
No, I won.
Rendered yet.
I totally won. I have more than him.
But does he know?
He looks over. He looks over toward the wall, toward like the way outside. He probably would know. I mean, one of his treasures isn't working for him anymore, 'cause it's mine.
And can he get more treasures from other places? As you've mentioned, Polos.
Yeah, they're Polos. He can't use those.
But he could make her. Try to make her agree.
Would she?
I don't know. I mean, generally, I've only heard of you two as being relatively awful and terrifying.
Well, thank you.
Only half of that was a compliment.
I wouldn't worry too much. Brother Hadar, he would know. He would know by now that even if he were to get both the mimosas, that would only give him 3. Not to mention, I have his, which means I have 3 of the really good ones. One of them stops me from even dying after all. Even if he were to somehow find both the mimosas and keep Polos, I still have more than him that work.
But he also took off right away without a word, didn't he?
Yeah, like a coward. Probably, like I said, because he knew where Polo's was.
Yeah.
He's probably
So-
gonna try to do something with it. I don't know what it is yet, but again, without it being without Polo using it, it's basically worthless.
Uh, but that means he hasn't given up. He's got some plan up his sleeve.
He just looks at you. Like what?
Now that is a very good question. I have absolutely no idea.
Well, I'll let you know. You may not have an idea of it, but I know my brother. Like I said, just like with Polo, he'd have to dethrone me. We don't interfere with each other. That's a rule. I'm the king now. That means he shouldn't interfere with me. Just like I'm not interfering with Polo's goals. And it's not like he's gonna kill me or anything. He's my brother. We love each other.
Now that is a sentiment I can completely understand.
Well, there you go. The only thing that would happen, again, is if something happened to Polo. She's a little bit of a wild card, I think. We're not entirely sure how long she's gonna live. I mean, we basically have a long time ahead of us, and if she has just as long, then everything's gonna be good. But if she's more like her mom, then we don't have to think about this for at least another 100 years or so, right?
Wait, 100 years?
Yeah. If she's like her mom, like humans live like 200 years or something, right?
No. Not
Tilt
even
head.
remotely now.
Tilt head. Hmm?
It's like, I want to say like 50 if you're lucky.
What? Well, that's not right. She's basically half dead then.
If she's like her mother.
But he looks away like, oh no, that can't be right. Well, she can't just die. Like, not that quick.
You'd be surprised. People just die all the time.
Well then, don't.
Uh, I think if they could just not, I think they would.
No, I don't. I know she can't just not. I'm telling you, don't. You're
Oh,
a
I
friend,
would.
right? Don't let her die.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, there you go. Well, you can watch her. Like, 50 years is nothing. Oh my god, that's nothing. Maybe we do have a problem. Maybe that's why he's getting them. You see him like just again like bring his hand up to his chin like he's thinking now like maybe
He's
that's
playing the
why he's
long
going for
con.
them. He's waiting for that. He's waiting for her to die. That son of a bitch.
Oh god.
That doesn't
Gal
make
gets
sense though, because I already made a deal with Polo. If either of us break it, then I get hers, right? But like, I need to make another deal with Polo. That'll work. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. I figured it out.
I'm sure you have.
All I can tell you, Gallon, I can't be the general. Polo, I'm glad that she's thinking about it, but unless she dethrones me or unless she kills me, she's not going to be king. And I don't know how well that's going to work out. Even if she did do that, if Polo, let's say she killed me, she'd have to basically watch her back for the rest of her life, you know? If Hadar and Mom found out that she killed me, then she wouldn't have a lot really keeping them away, right? We don't interfere with family. And if she interferes, that's breaking the rule.
Good point.
But you
Then
know,
I'm sure you're perfectly safe.
but you know, if I fail the deal I made with her, then you know all that's out of the gate, and I hope that doesn't happen. I'm working real hard, and I can do, especially 50 years. I can keep this up for 50 years. That's nothing. Oh my god, mortality sucks. Are you gonna die in 50 years?
Not sure.
Ah. You see him stand up. He's like, I don't even know if I want to eat anymore. That's crazy. I'm watching you decay in front of my eyes.
Stop thinking about it.
How do I not think about it? Like it's like leaving bread out or something, you know? If I stare at you long enough, would I notice it?
Cal's just gonna get up, walk to the other side of the table. Just put an arm around him. What you need to think about, if you're already king, is finding the right people to do those jobs.
Yeah, so that I don't make a fool of myself again, right?
Exactly.
You've given me a lot to think about, Gallon.
I'm sure
Also,
it's
all this talk about Dad has made me really worried about whatever they're doing back in that back room, and I don't really feel like eating anymore.
I'm sure this is certainly an exercise for your brain.
You see him stand up, in his kokiri jorts and all. Actually, no, it's the water jorts, right?
I can't remember. No, I had Kuro try on the water jorts, and he
okay.
tried them on briefly, but then he put on the full Kokiri outfit.
You see this kokiri man dressed as a muscular tingle make his way away from the table. I think I'm gonna go for a walk.
Promise not to get in any trouble.
Define trouble.
And no throwing boulders, no bludgeoning guards, no hospitalizing anyone.
I have money.
Please. I can only try to bargain with them so many times.
I won't do anything.
All right, then have fun.
You see him begin to step out again. He seems to be very much in a more short mood than he was before, because again, you've given him so many things to think about. His sister's probably gonna die in 30 years. Holy shit! It's like what? It's like I can just watch her die. I can't. Oh god.
Everybody's rotting in front of me now.
Look at that old man. He's probably at least 30. Oh god. He's like, I'm fucking 60, man. What? As Vega's gonna make his way out, what are you gonna do, Gallon? You're gonna stick here and eat some more? You gonna go out and do something?
I'll finish up whatever's on the table, and then I'll head towards the castle.
Okay. As Vega makes his way out, and you sort of sitting there, eventually, you do get the second course brought out by Ro herself, basically, because again, most of the others did not seem to live up to her expectations. She sits down after bringing another full meal out with for you, and the two of you finish that because she's like, "You're gonna eat."
I had like 2 breakfasts, sister. The sacrifices I make for your happiness.
The entire time she's literally just like sitting there, just like, so how is it? Is it great? It's wonderful, right? Anyway,
and
as you were gonna sit and eat your third breakfast, you're gonna go over to those heading off to the castle. As we are heading off to the castle, we have again a bit like an hour ago. We have Sheepstack giving $12. Says give Sheepman some inspiration. We will give those to Vega. Vega will have We'll have some sheepman inspiration. I'm not even sure if he has any. I'm pretty sure he has something somewhere. I don't know exactly where it's at. There's demon inspirations, but those aren't the exact demon inspirations that I think he needs. So instead, I'm just gonna grab one of those, drag it over here, and then we're gonna change its color really quick. Something like that. And then I will give him 6 of those. Thank you very much for the $12. And then, for the love of God, gave $16 and gave it to Gowan. Thank you very much, my dude. Much appreciated. Much appreciated.
I feel so powerful again.
As again, those of you who are making your way to the castle, Gorthos, Ronan, and Marco, you have your daggers to give to people. You have yourselves to bring in front of people. You have your potential peoples to talk to and to have the chats with as you guys make your way off toward the castle. You find yourselves in the area just before the fields, just before the castle. You find the first roadblock on your way, seemingly passable. There are 2 guards there who would let you guys through like almost immediately. However, as you do see the 2 guards kind of step away to allow you guys through, Ronan.
Yes.
You feel a small stone hit you from above.
I look up.
As you see a small stone hit you from above, you look up toward the barricade. Upon seeing the barricade in its full area up there, you would see that there are a couple of people sitting on top of the barricade. You two would notice that, of course, Ronan would stop because he just got hit with a small rock. Who knows the actual terror and destruction that would have wrought upon his body if he weren't the thickest fucking Zora boy in the world.
Have you met the king? He is so much thicker.
That's right.
Which one?
That's fair.
The old one.
That's fair. There they are. I was looking everywhere for them. You see,
Yeah.
sitting atop the guard station, there appears to be a couple of girls sitting up there.
Oh. Hello.
It appears as if the one that had thrown the stone is the one who was very angry with you guys last night. It appears that it is the green-haired one that threw the first stone. For she is without sin. I'm kidding.
Well, look at that. Looks like your trip has gotten cut short, Marco.
As they sit up there, they mostly just see that you guys have noticed them, and then they get up from where they're sitting and walk over into further into the field.
Oh. Well. Okay.
Because again, this is a very tall checkpoint, and there are people around.
Let's
Okay.
continue on, friends.
All right.
You guys would know in this first checkpoint, especially Marco, because you went out hunting with Polo. But the others would know as well that there is a staircase inside of here that would take you directly up.
Oh.
Hey, look at that.
Nice.
Oh, there's a ladder. Shall we go up?
If we're allowed.
The guards there, again, they don't really stop people from doing anything. The only thing they tell you, once again, because they tell it every time you guys come here, and that is, you know that big fucking cave over here? Don't do it.
The fuck? Has it always been there?
Yeah, that cave's been there the entire time. Marco, do you remember why?
There's a fucking Mewtwo in there.
There's a Mewtwo.
Don't do it. That Mewtwo's fucking
do
pissed,
it.
bro.
You don't have enough badges.
But no, Marco, do you remember?
I believe I remember.
Okay.
I'm just looking at my notes to see if I wrote it down specifically.
You had said it to Gorthos at one point, and Gorthos found it somewhat interesting.
Did I fuck?
Yeah.
There was apparently it is apparently the grave of a hero.
Oh, I'm gonna go fall in that cave now.
We're not allowed to go there until a specific time of the year when they allow people to go
Mm-hmm.
check it out. I believe was the thing.
I understand. But as I believe it's a stupid rule, I'm going to ignore it. But after.
A stupid ass decision.
I thought I wrote this down. Outer wall info. Wait, I think I have something else.
In either case, I don't think we're going there right now.
Okay. I just want to know, are all three of you guys heading up?
Yeah. I'm sure not.
All right. The three of you head inside the checkpoint. As you do, you are led up the ladder as you see just a little bit away from where you guys are, over by a small outcropping of trees. You guys see what appears to be both of the girls once again, just kind of waiting over in the shade. Do you all
All right.
approach?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The three of you approach the shaded trees. As you do, you see that the two girls sort of look up from where they are. You can tell that as you look around this area, there seems to be a bit of a strange feeling about. All three of you would feel an almost eerie presence about the shaded trees that they are beside of. But as you guys get close enough to kind of feel that, you see that the two of them begin to give a bit of a smirk. As Pika kicks off from the tree, sort of twirls over and looks over toward you guys. Well, 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 I hope you had a good sleep.
Yeah. There was a accidental after party that you two missed.
We weren't feeling up for too many parties. Besides, it seems as if the party was enough to, well, looks over toward Gorthos, die for.
Oh. Huh. Wait, is that offensive?
I don't know.
Anthony?
There's been a very lacking amount of dead jokes lately, and Gorthos is finding anything offensive about it.
Okay. As she gives a bit of a smirk, again, kind of going for the whole thing you guys would have felt like the day before anyway. It seems as if they know that there's something up with Gorthos. And again, last time they saw him over in the Donu body, so it's like it's kind of weird. But as she gives a smirk over toward Gorthos and then back over toward the other two of you. So, it seems you guys have made your way here. When are we heading out?
Heading out.
Mm-hmm. We heard about your little mission, and obviously we're going to be going with you.
Why?
She looks over towards you, Gorthos. And why wouldn't we?
Would
You're planning on going and getting revenge from that moblin, right?
In time.
So, when are we heading out?
And Gorthos is convinced that Nimbus won't die within the first 30 seconds of combating the moblin.
For a third time.
She looks over towards you, Marco, and then back over toward Gorthos. Well, if we do decide to make our way there, it looks as if Nimbus is going to actually be bringing something that he can use, unlike last time. Also, you're not going to be cursed this time, looks over toward Marco. And we have this big guy here.
Hi.
I mean, technically, I'm still cursed. The different one, though. It's very weird.
Yeah, I don't need your life story.
Oh.
What's up?
Oh, no, I just saw a thing happen in the session.
Yeah, Lindo dropped out, I think.
Yeah.
She looks over toward Marco. The big thing that I mainly think is that when it comes to everything that went down, you obviously do know that you hold some responsibility, right?
Of course.
So, you're not going to make us wait then, right?
If you, Marco, and Nimbus wish to delve into that dungeon as soon as you feel like, then you will go without Gorthos. And you will die.
You sure think a lot of yourself, don't you, Kokiri?
Yes.
You seem like you're a lot more aggressive, even though you've gotten so much smaller.
Gorthos just merely speaks what he believes.
Well, unfortunately, at the moment, our current plans are to go up to the River Zora domain with the princess, which is, from my understanding of maps, is on the complete other side of the mountains as to where the dungeon we were at is.
She brings her finger up and looks over to you, sort of like making it go back and forth, like, thief, thief, thief. You said your name was Marco?
Yes.
You've obviously not traveled with someone who's of our sort of power. That kind of thing means very little to us. We can get you there in a snap. I'm very
That's
serious whenever I mean I want to kill that moblin. Back whenever we had seen it, we were, well, there were problems. Not only did we have a bit of dead weight on us, no offense, but that thing also attacked us in the middle of the night. You weren't there for all of it. You and Domran, unfortunately, were a little taken care of. But it wasn't alone. If we're just going after that one creature, I don't even think we'll need this Gorthos of yours. Hell, just the two of you and Nimbus would be enough. Add into the fact that we'd probably be taking, at the very least, June. The 5 of us could easily take care of it. 6 of us.
It wasn't alone.
If it was alone, there'd be no way that it could take care of Domran. Something was helping it. That moblin was a problem. Maybe the others didn't notice it, but me and Aga did. Mostly Aga, unfortunately, because I don't really know that kind of thing. There was another thing there, a sorcerer.
A sorcerer?
Really?
Is there?
It's the only thing that makes sense. That moblin was far too strong. And the creatures that came out before it, they were far too weak. I believe that place was made specifically for creating those beasts. And if we don't find that sorcerer, we're most likely going to see more of those moblins.
You're certain there was a sorcerer aiding?
Did you see him?
Marco, do you remember that water we found you near?
Yeah.
Do you remember anything about it?
Well, for one, it felt like it wasn't pleasant to be in. It, and I spent a lot of time in that water after getting away from the moblin. It felt like I believe the proper way to explain is that it was trying to eat me in a way. It was, I think, is the way to say it.
For you, it's
definitely don't
been a
wanna keep-
little while, but for me and Aga, it's been basically yesterday.
Mhm.
That water, after giving it a little bit of thought, is most likely a byproduct of magic. Some sort of magic. Those slimes, those chews that were there, as soon as we would did anything to them, they dissolved instantly. Any sort of monster that went to it seemed to basically, well, lose its life upon touching it. There's no way it was natural. Yet,
Anything to up?
apparently, that moblin could walk right through it. Don't you think that odd?
I do think it's odd, but if it's something else is a bit odder, I ran away from that thing. If there was another creature there or sorcerer, why would they just let me run away? Why wouldn't they have just killed me then?
I hate to bring this up to you, Marco. I don't mean any real offense by it, but you are definitely a lot weaker than you are now, back then. I don't think it
I'm well
cared.
aware. It sure chased me like it cared.
Well, the moblin probably did. But anything out there that probably seen you probably wouldn't have cared about you. Hell, you were inside that place for so long and nothing came to get you. Well, except for those shoes. She looks over toward Gorthos and Ronan. Like I said, we can get you there at any time. If you want to wait until after you're done with the River Zora's domain, fine. But I have to ask you, what would you do?
What do you mean?
I saw your pretty friends last night. What if it was the Sheikah instead of Domran? What would you do?
It looks to the ground, thinking.
Same to you, Gorthos.
He would tear that dungeon apart.
Then you know what I have to do.
Yes.
If you're going to help Nimbus with his revenge, why not help me with mine?
Because Gorthos does not believe that either of you could be strong enough to do such a thing. Werther's is not sure he could do such a thing in his state.
At the bare minimum, we would have to wait for Nimbus to even arrive at the place, and the hymn that came back with y'all just last night is probably hasn't even arrived there yet. It could take, I don't know, another couple days at least.
I suppose you are right. We shouldn't speed in there while he's still there, I guess.
If there was a sorcerer there empowering moblins and creating more creatures, if your hypothesis is correct, then we don't need a time paradox to sit on top of.
We don't entirely know that there is a sorcerer, just something that has a byproduct of magic. If it's not a sorcerer, then what is it, Aga?
Does Gorthos know of anything that could give like creatures like that even more power than normal? Or is it just like a
Things
thing?
are fucking endless at that point. If you want to think that even covers fucking weapons. But as far as something that has like that that water stuff, roll me for your experience. We'll see if I can give you anything. Also, where the fuck are your things?
What the fuck? I wonder if I switch. They're underneath. There they are.
There they are.
Congratulations, you no longer have stats.
Hooray. Switching things out real fast.
Yeah, you
I
have to switch out the
completely
Kokiri
forgot.
ones.
Completely forgot. Pick up. So yeah, experience in a second. Here. Not so much more AC as a midget. Holy shit. Anyway. We. Thanks for the extra dice. Whoa.
Da-da-da-da.
17.
Roll me one more
Okay,
time for
20.
fake person. Thank you very much, fake person.
Thank you. If you're
Fake
even
person.
there.
If you're even real.
If that's even your
Mhm.
real name.
If that's even your real. That is 17, 18, 19, and then 23 altogether.
Mm-hmm.
The more you try to think of it, the more it doesn't really come to mind anything that's fantastically normal about this situation, Gorthos. There are things,
Mhm.
obviously, that would give things more power. The only big thing you can think of is if this is somehow some sort of a variant of a moblin. But again,
Mhm.
from everybody's accounts, it seems to have been fairly normal. Whenever you think about something potentially giving it power, potentially a wizrobe, if it is a sorcerer, or just a powerful sorcerer in itself, kind of comes to mind. Other than that, the only thing that truly comes to mind is that maybe they found some sort of object or item of some decent power. As you think about that, you do think about the description that Marco has given you of that place. I'm sure since you guys have known each other in the past
Yeah.
several months.
Yeah.
And Marco, you remember noting that the place itself looked like it was a forge.
Yeah, that's definitely something he would mention. Like it was a forge,
Mhm.
anvil.
And if whatever this is a byproduct of magic and seemed to have been tainting the water around it, and it was a forge, you can only assume that they are handling some very strange magical materials.
Well, it could be it could be quite a few things, but if the moblin is handling odd materials in that forge, that could be what's giving it its power. It could have been finding strange artifacts, items, weapons, even. It could be a sorcerer. It could even be a wizrobe. Though, it could be any number of things. And until we actually delve into that dungeon forge, we won't know. Gorthos does want to go see that forge, though.
There is
We'll
one
have to
thing
make
we
note
know
of
that
it.
it's not, though. Aga seems to step forward. The one thing we know that it's not is what's affecting the two of you. Motions toward
Which
Ronan
one?
and Marco.
What do you mean?
Do you not feel it?
Feel what?
I don't know exactly what had happened to you, to anyone around here, but I feel a connection with you and your group. Pika feels the same. And it's pretty easy to figure out why between the two of us.
Why?
She looks over toward Ronan and Marco. You've touched the Triforce, have you not?
We have.
Oh, yeah.
And Gallon.
I haven't met
Yeah, he
this
was there too.
Gallon, but
You can't miss him.
she motions over to Pika. Whenever she was thinking about it last night once she calmed down, she had mentioned that she felt a connection to you. Your name was Ronan, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's-
I guess.
yeah.
I mean, I would have noticed it sooner, but other things were happening.
Yeah, I saw you when I touched it. It was weird. I came here to ask why, but I don't. Now I'm wondering if you even know.
Well, unfortunately, there's a bit of a problem. Whatever it was hasn't happened yet.
Gorthos is still in the box. That's funny.
I feel a
Gorthos.
connection to you. I sense that something's going to be going on, and between me and Aga, we are not we are not estranged to these sort of situations. Beings that are affected by time sometimes have strange abilities or things that they shouldn't have yet. But I cannot deny that somehow I am connected with you, or I will be very soon. Within the next day or so, I believe. Maybe I'll learn more about it then, but for now, it feels as if you are feeding off of me in a way.
Oh,
How rude, Gabronin.
I didn't mean to. I just touched the triangle and then it happened.
No,
Yeah.
it's perfectly fine. I should reintroduce myself. My name is Pika. I am the chosen Oracle of Wisdom.
Or just like a double take, like, eh.
It's
That
true.
sounds fancy.
Well, it just turns the red to, what's her name?
Aga.
Aga.
She looks over towards you.
He just like motions between the two. There's always like, both? Are you both?
I am not an oracle. But my name is Aga. I am the chosen sorceress of power.
Oh. They found your Triforce.
She looks over toward the two of them and then back over toward Gorthos. We, from a young age, have been connected to those pieces, those artifacts of the goddesses. It is how the two of us had met, actually.
Then, would you know why the triangle was blackened and broke after we touched it?
That I have no idea. I've never actually seen it. I've never actually touched it like all of you have. Well, looks over to Gorthos, like the two of you have.
Gorthos never had the honor to see a piece of the Triforce.
We call ourselves the Chosen Ones because both of us, I believe, have spoken with them, the Golden Goddesses. In as much as you can speak with beings that don't exist here any longer.
Spoke with the goddess. That's.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you know the stories, don't you? When the three Golden Goddesses created the world, created everything around it, they left afterwards, leaving behind just a fragment of their power, the Triforce. I'm sure that someone like you, she motions over to Gorthos, with the knowledge of the eons that we can sense within you, would know at least that much.
Oh.
Eons. Gorthos has a very bad memory. How much do you think Gorthos knows?
We feel as if you know way more than you let on. From what we can tell, you are special. You're no normal stall, that's for sure.
Of course not. Gorthos is Gorthos.
We believe that when it comes to all of you, something had happened whenever you found that Triforce. When you had found that artifact. Something in you all had changed. Pika wishes to use that.
For what end?
To the end of my revenge.
And after?
After, I do anything you say. I am perfectly fine using every single weapon in my arsenal. As someone who is chosen by the goddesses and someone who is connected to you by fate. She looks over towards you, Ronan, as she gives a bit of a twirl. Then I will give everything that I have of myself as long as you help me kill the monster that killed my lover. He wasn't your lover.
So
He was so strong and he was so strong and aggressive.
much like Nimbus, you wish to have your revenge, then after that, offer your servants.
It doesn't matter to me what happens after that. That's up to you. If you would like to make me into your servant, you can. Honestly, it does not matter even the slightest bit. As long as I get my revenge, it doesn't matter what happens to me after that.
For those there's no need for servants, and for those who don't see positives of living past revenge. But the others can do with as you wish. You're not bound to go with those. Much like Nimbus.
Then what about you? You surely have some use for someone after their revenge, right? Ronan?
I mean, not like I don't know. This is concerningly short-sighted. Is that the word? It's
yes.
I'm concerned.
She is basically that summarized. Short-sighted is a harsh word, but I'll accept it. If that's what you want, if that's what you wish to describe me as. I like to consider myself driven. If that makes anything sound better.
You said she was the oracle of courage?
Wisdom.
The irony is palpable.
I'm confused about how I'm connected to you when I touched the one that's connected to you.
As the one chosen from the goddess, I believe that whenever you touched the Triforce itself, it was able to take a bit of whatever power lied in me and give it to you. At least, that's what I can assume until it actually happens. Unfortunately, until the event actually occurs, I can't tell you much else. I don't know if you took something from me, if we're linked in some way, or if I'm going to explode in a couple of hours.
Oh, Dan, I hope not.
Oh, there's also other fragments that we've been described.
Yeah, the other one like exploded or something.
We have much to discuss about the Triforce.
You saw that as well. How?
We saw an well.
A friend of ours, which scried it.
The three of you look at the two of us. Oh, here she goes again. It's necessary that they come to the conclusion themselves. Now again, the three of you look over. Actually, she'd be like, the four of you look over at the two of us. She's a witch. Anyway,
so you are a witch.
What do you see that's missing? We could just tell them, Aga. It's very important they come to the conclusion themselves.
Shouldn't there be three of you?
Gold Star. Why do you think that is?
That one's dead.
I assume Domran would have been third?
She shakes her head. We did not know the third before they perished. However, we felt it when it happened. Just as I'm pretty sure the rest of you had seen. If you surely saw what I thought you saw, tell me, how was it that you were able to see it?
We got our friend to look at it with magic. He saw it like scatter into like a bazillion pieces.
What concerns me is that you said that the other one was broken, right?
Yeah, the one we touched was broken into 3 pieces.
The one that supposedly is connected to me.
What symbol they described to Gorthos, it was the symbol of Din.
The goddess of power. The one whom I'm the chosen of. Like I said, we felt it whenever the other one is gone. Whenever it happened, poof.
How long ago
More
was that?
than a poof. Much more of a bang. I think a poof is good.
But
It happened
how-
around 6 months or so previous. We were never able to find them, but once we felt that they were gone, I saw a vision. One that shone a golden light scattering into 1,000,000 pieces, flying off in every direction. Perhaps I'm overestimating it, but I believe that to be the Triforce of Courage.
Phenomenal. If nothing else, Gorthos doesn't have to worry about anyone assembling it again.
Is that true?
Someone assembled the Triforce last time Gorthos could remember. He does not know when or where or why they did it, and it just happened. That was 1,000 years ago now.
The 3 of them touched the one that belongs to the goddess of power, correct? It bestowed upon them powers that they had not previous. What do you think would happen if other people were to find these other shards?
It would give them power as well?
Power, potentially. But that isn't what that Triforce is it?
Courage. Ambition. The drive to do anything.
We could just tell them, Aga. He has to come to his own conclusion. Tell me, Gorthos, what does that mean?
You are Glory's apprentice. It means
You know of Ivori. Right. I did speak of you like that with that last night.
Ivori is his most trusted and closest companion. Of course he knows Ivori.
If I could tell you, I would. But it is very important you come up with the answer yourself.
If it's broken and people find it, then anyone could just start going off and well, anything.
You're thinking too far ahead. What does it mean now? Not what someone will do with it.
What someone's doing now.
What has already been done.
Well, somebody targeted that Triforce, it would mean that they're probably going to go after the other ones, right?
Maybe.
If some
This
things
happened
happening
when?
now, wait. People having the ambition and drive to do anything. Like,
She is staring
kidnapping.
intently at you, Gorthos.
Don't do anything.
When?
Like stealing the princess from Hyrule Castle? Going to war over a dam? Trying to become a demon king?
What were you saying, Ronan?
Well, Gorthos is kind of taking it in the direction I was going to take it. So
Is there a crying dog?
Yeah, that's my dog. Halo.
Okay.
Aw.
I gotta go.
Good
She's
job,
on
it
my
keeps
deck.
crying.
So
I don't know what you want. She's running in and out of the door.
So Gorthos, with that in mind, what is happening? She's like, again, you see Pika like rocking back and forth, like she just wants to blurt it out.
Hyrule is in a state of chaos.
She nods.
Because everyone is trying to be.
Not everyone.
A
Just
number
certain
of people. Certain individuals are getting it in their head.
Certain individuals are losing their inhibitions. You were able to say it. He basically put everything together, Pika.
Courage without wisdom.
You've definitely ran into a couple of them, have you not? Allow me to give you one last hint. She stands forward. As she does, she reaches into the fabric of her chest. As she does, she pulls out a small golden shard.
That's a piece of the Triforce, isn't it?
I extracted this from a man in the prisons this morning.
Slaverman. Oh God, that's what is going on.
6 months ago. Hey, Deco.
Yeah.
How long ago was it that the
6 months.
princess and the hero had their little odd thing happening to them?
Oh, that's really odd. It was around like 6 months ago.
It's like everything that's been going on started 6 months ago.
You guys also know that around 6 months ago was whenever Argo was kicked out of his home and had it burned down.
Everything 6 months ago.
Oh God, it's
Argo. A lot of things started happening 6 months ago.
Does that mean that there's a piece of the Triforce still in the forest?
If you don't have it with you, then most likely.
We wouldn't have been aware.
How could we have ever done that? Gorthos never expected to be. He just like emotions like to him's like in people.
That would explain at least what happened to the princess and the hero. She decided to just let things go. Then.
We have a lot of work to do.
It doesn't explain why.
Let's think about the ones that we can do something about. I don't know anything about the princess or hero that you're speaking of, but it seems as if you have an idea to go on. Before we think about something we don't know anything about, how about we go through what you do know about? You have mentioned the forest. What exactly happened in there?
Blah.
Fuck you. I'm kidding. No.
All the Kokiri prince ended up becoming more of a tyrant.
So the prince is the one that was involved. That should make it simple. We take the shard out of the tyrant prince.
I mean, but he was sort of cool by the end.
I don't think he has it. There was this extremely weird choo-choo that was controlling people, trying to get control of us while we were in the dungeon.
Oh
shit! Gorthos like openly shivers like this.
Oh, I see.
The Chew couldn't have it, could it?
If the Chew was controlling the prince, it would make sense, would it not?
The Chew was controlling many things.
It wasn't the only thing in that dungeon, though. It wasn't the only thing doing things. There's still the people that are confused, that are brainwashed into thinking the prince is far more than what he is.
From what you had just told me inside of that definite lengthy conversation we just had back and forth of everything that happened in the forest. From what you say, the prince seemed fine. Whenever you all left, the majority of people seemed fine enough. But there are still many people there that are different. Perhaps this beast that you had taken down, this Hydra, perhaps it was also being affected. You said that it had been eating whatever that creature was, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that Deku Hydra was just a side.
Of a puppet.
Less of a puppet and more of a... Well, I hate to say it to you, but less of a puppet and more of a hindrance. Perhaps that Deku Hydra was the only thing stopping that Chew from gaining power.
Oh, please don't let that be true.
Because it seems to me that whenever you all had decided to kill that Deku Hydra, that Chew decided to help you, did it not?
Yeah.
That is true.
If that Chew
no.
does have a piece of the Triforce of Courage, and if that creature was the thing that preyed upon it, it no longer has anything that is going to prey on it. Both that Deku Hydra and the Emerald Eye, both of them have been destroyed, leaving only the Kokiri, whatever else may be inside that damned forest.
Wait, what about the Emerald Eye?
And that Chew. The Emerald Eye is in the wolf, not the Emerald Eye is in the item.
Okay, cool.
Oh.
I was about to get real panicked real quick.
That our job that we didn't.
Oh fuck.
I knew that we'd left things unfinished. I just didn't realize how badly.
A Chew absorbed a piece of the Gothas would never have thought of that.
I will warn you.
Why would it?
I will warn you. A creature with no inhibitions. One that has taken over an entire forest. A forest that is, unfortunately, hazardous to anyone that enters it. Unless you have something to fight against that brainwashing, it is probably not good to go in after it without being prepared.
I mean, we do. So that's like, we did it before, so it should be fine in that regard, I guess.
Do you?
Yeah. I'm just gonna hold up his violin case. I got a song. I play it. Gets
And
rid
if
of brain
you were the one
stuff.
that is taken over?
Well, I hadn't considered that.
No,
I
do enjoy seeing your courage. And besides, if you were to take Pika with you, or you seem to have that Argo with you, even the princess is a minstrel in her own right, correct? You have several people who can help you in those respects, but at the same time, you need to make sure that everything is understood. If you don't have something to truly protect against that brainwashing, you could be walking into your death. Luckily, it seems as if you are on the good side of that Chew. You were the ones who helped it, were you not?
Yeah.
So it should be fine. I doubt that it has any real want to kill you as of right now. At least until you make a move against it.
Yeah.
You are, after all, its saviors. You are
Please
the
stop
one that's
talking
going to
about it.
allow it to get a foothold inside of that forest without any inhibitions.
You're very bad at this whole complimenting thing.
The main thing I'm thinking about is how are we going to get it out of it?
We'll have to just deal with that when we go and deal with it. Who
Well,
knows
you said
where?
you did it. He looks to Ara.
Nods.
You said you got it out of him, that guy.
It's
How
very
did
simple.
you do that?
I just extracted it from him.
Was it just like in his pocket and you took it?
It's less that and more, well, she brings her hand up as she sort of like moves her fingers and little sparks come out.
It was inside it. Much like how you absorbed the pieces of the Triforce back in that temple.
If I wanted to, I could attempt to remove that from the three of you. But
Please don't.
I believe you were given it for a reason.
We'll put it on the list of things to do.
She shakes her head. As of right now, it might be best to set your sights a little lower. You had said something other that was pretty interesting. Something about a dam.
Right. Yeah.
Dora was just like, let's run and talk. He's just sitting there with his arms crossed.
The new king of the Zora's domain, he's got a real stick up his butt about this whole damn thing, and he wants it gone. Which is gonna, flood Lon Lon and, the Zora's domain.
According to Gorthos,
kill a lot of people.
According to Gorthos, it seems he thinks that there may be a Triforce involved there.
When did this king start acting this way, Ronan?
Ronan, he's been kind of a problem for a lot longer than 6 months, but he's been pretty aggressive lately.
Within the last 6 months, might you say?
within the last year, it seems as if the push to do something about the dam has basically became the #1 priority among the king. Yes.
Yeah, like kind of around the same time. He's kind of always been a jerk. But yeah, he got real uppity recently.
You had seen basically where all of these Triforce pieces had separated to, did you not? At least around where the areas had gone? Inside of that vision? We can assume then that at least something was affected by each of those pieces. It probably drew in someone or something, especially if this was premeditated. If we assume that the Zora King is affected, we would have to extract it from him.
That sounds way easier than I know it would be.
We are not miracle workers. I am. We are not miracle workers.
Yes, Parker laughs at that.
We are powerful sorcerers, oracles, warriors, thieves. Looks over toward Gorthos. Whatever you are. Heroes.
Hero.
We are powerful beings, but we cannot do anything alone. These things we are going up against are stronger than us. But that doesn't mean that together we couldn't do something. The three of you two and this Gallon, are chosen by the Triforce of Power. If we were to take that into consideration, you should be just as powerful as any of these beings who are being affected. Don't you think? It's just that these beings who are being affected have lost their inhibitions. Meaning, they're not holding back. They want what they want, and they'll do anything to get it done. It's almost as if you are fighting against a cornered Lionel.
That never goes well.
I might have one of the pieces in me, but I don't I don't feel that powerful.
Like I said, I don't know exactly why the pieces you have found were darkened, but it probably has something to do with that. She again holds up the golden piece of metal she has in her hand.
Because
Again, though, these people are going against are going full throttle against anything that's going to stop them. If you believe one of them is a Zora king, his resources would be terrifying. If you think there's any other people that would be affected by this, I believe they would be of a similar vein. It almost seems as if these pieces have gone out of their way to find powerful beings or unique beings, such as that Chew. Or even this Slaverman that apparently was hoarding in a mass of demon blood.
Joe Arthur just shakes his head. Psychopath.
Well, that's a lot.
this definitely
Yes.
wasn't how I thought this conversation would have gone.
You never do expect to have this kind of talk, do you?
It is hard to understand exactly where everything is going to be headed from here on, but with or without Pika's revenge, I believe my place is to aid those who were chosen by the Triforce of Power. If you can find anyone who is being affected by these things, you could either bring me with you to go after them, or take me to them afterwards and I can extract it from them.
You wouldn't be able to teach that to anybody, would you?
I believe I may be a special case.
Well,
All right.
definitely keep that in mind.
I'm glad to have your help with that.
If you want another way to remove it from them, there is a much simpler one, if you're willing to go that far.
I feel like I know what that is.
That would
Arthur.
definitely depend
Then
on.
I won't say anything else if you think you know what it is. It is, after all, better if you come to the conclusion yourself. You'll get
This is
used
not
to it.
aware. Yes, you actually do. Listener was not aware it would physically sit in someone. Interesting.
I wonder, like, where it is. Like, he starts looking at himself, like, it's like on my hand, or like
There's quite a lot of room where it could hide within you.
on my head fin.
Would you like
Yeah,
to
it
know?
could be all the way.
It's just like, would you like to know?
You know, it was a momentary bout of curiosity. It's not that important.
Sorry, I only wish to try to lighten things up. I know that I sometimes can bring the mood down. I'm not the most, well, energetic of people.
You don't go looking for Evori's teachings to become energetic.
It seems like there's a lot more going on than I was initially going to talk about, so I suppose I will let you guys think a little bit more on definitely helping me with my revenge.
Oh, I mean, that's definitely on the agenda.
I want that thing to die just as much as you do.
I mean, even think about it. What if the sorcerer down there is like maybe they have one of those things? You never know. We would have
Well,
probably sensed it if we were down there. I'm just saying, maybe it's a thing.
Well, there's a potential answer in that thing also having a piece of the Triforce in it.
That's what she was saying.
Oh.
Shit.
Well, I was spelling it out. She's like, "Oh, you gotta come to conclusions yourselves."
Yeah.
We'll deal with it all as it comes. Until then, we have to keep improving ourselves.
Marco,
Yeah.
she puts her hand out.
Yep. He goes over and he gives her the dagger. This is very helpful to me.
I
Using my
believe
other-
it will be helpful to you in the future as well. But for now, it is not very useful to anyone without the Sage of Life.
Is he going to get back? Orcus wishes to speak to him.
I thought it was Smith that is the one that charges that thing.
She
I don't
looks
think
over
Smith
to you.
is-
If you think you know someone else who can do so, you can take it to them. I usually
We were
just
told
can't.
that
I
Smith
usually
did
just.
it.
Again, let her speak, because again, not all NPCs know everything. I usually just would take it to the church and get it recharged.
Huh.
If you believe you know someone who can fix it, then I would very much like to meet them.
I'm surprised that you wouldn't already know about Mr. Smith. He was one of the few people that weren't under Slaverman's iron grip in the town.
We didn't even know about this Slaverman. We don't stay here. We traveled around with Domran, the captain of the guard, on all of his adventures throughout the dungeons. We did not keep ourselves stationed here very often.
Hmm.
She looks at the magic dagger. She looks to you. If there's ever a time you wish to take me to this smith, I would be very appreciative.
I could do that. At some point, anyway.
Well then,
All right.
if you don't mind, she will look off to you guys and look over toward Pika. I believe we will go get our affairs in order. We will probably have to... Don't say it. She looks over towards you, Marco. We will make our way to Domran's home.
Mm.
I believe we know where you live. Nimbus and June can take us there.
Oh, okay. How are they doing, by the way? I didn't see them last night after the whole party thing.
We saw them
Did you
this
see 'em?
morning. They seemed rather well.
Okay. Good to know.
I do not know whether or not they ever got any sleep, but there was apparently a lot of gathering up information. There was a lot of information about the forest, a lot of stuff about that moblin, a lot of things about, well, this man named Kuro. I don't really know.
Hmm.
Either
Right.
way, it seems as if they probably just found somewhere to sleep after a while, I'm sure.
Makes sense.
Like I said, we will use them to find you again. Whether it be tonight, tomorrow, whenever we feel is necessarily the time to, well, bring up some other things. I hope that
Gotcha.
the conversation that we've had here has not been too unpleasant. But I believe once we all have more information, we'll be able to help each other greatly. I think what Aga's trying to say is she hopes that you're well and we'll see you later.
Oh yeah, right back at you.
Yeah. It was
Thank
very
you.
informative. Far different than I thought this would be. I thought it'd be more yelling at me. But, thank you for your time.
We would
Yes.
not yell at you for what you had done. I believe that you felt as if you were doing exactly what you thought was right, even if it did go against what I told you. You do notice a bit of a narrowed eye over to you from Aga. But in the end, it seems to have worked out for the best.
Mm.
At least the best that it could. As she says that, she begins to make her way away. Pika looks over towards you guys. She gives a bit of a twirl and kind of smoozes over close to the three of you. As I mentioned before, once we actually have whatever this event happened, we might know more about our little connection. So maybe then maybe that's when we're gonna talk to you. You have any idea
Good
how
to
long
know.
that'll be? She looks to Marco. We just fought
Let's
that moblin yesterday, right? How long was it until you then touched the Triforce?
I spent a couple hours traveling in that river of magical waste. I was awake for a good amount of that before passing out. I would have to say definitely by tonight, or maybe even closer to just afternoon, because it was still daytime when we left that dungeon.
Time is fickle in the Lost Woods, though.
Well, I suppose we'll see then.
You know where to
She
find us.
makes her way away. She rejoins Aga. She gives a wave behind, and the two of them begin to walk away. As they walk to the very center of the clearing, where the small little patches of forest seem to go away, you see that Aga apparently moves her hand across the empty space, and the two of them just sort of step away as both of them seem to disappear.
Oh, just goes, and just collapses, just sits down like,
You still
I
have your
feel
move.
ya.
He just lays, and he just like falls back, like falls on his back, like spread out.
Hey, now we know.
Those knew we should stab that jelly.
It probably would have been the worst case scenario if we had done that at the time.
That's why the world has gone to hell and back, because of the Triforce.
Makes
Gorthos
sense.
would never have guessed that. Like, that's why everything's upside down. Or is that because Gorthos is on his back? Which one of
I'm
those?
pretty sure it's that one.
Yeah. Huh.
You're right. The world is just regular right side up, but awful.
We have
Could that all?
such a grander piece of work ahead of us than Gorthos could ever have imagined.
Probably also why
Yeah.
the Great Fairy left. Marcus
But
is
it's-
looking off in the distance, trying to connect dots.
It's also, in a way, I guess, kind of become more simple in a way as well.
Gorthos supposes.
Now
Though
we know what we have to do. We just, have to figure out how to go about it.
Gorthos just like jumps up, like, right. Of course we'll figure it out. We'll collect all the pieces of the Triforce, save all of the world, and figure out why the Triforce you found was darkened and blackened. It's what we will do this. We'll solve all these mysteries and save the day. For that is what we will do. We are heroes.
Uh,
Hey,
right.
you don't think
Yeah.
they'll find it ironic that I got the powers of a thief from the Triforce after what I did?
Is that?
Maybe I don't know.
Perhaps. But they
Nah, you
probably
were
won't
always a
believe you.
thief.
They probably won't believe you.
Once a thief, always
I
a
think
thief.
I think Josier might have a few words to say to you about that, but
Though Gorthos must say, Marco, just because you have such abilities does not mean that using them is an inherently bad thing.
Oh, I know. I've been using them as much as I can, really. You know, just I'm not taking things from people.
If you are to take things from people, take it from people who would use their powers and items for ill-gotten goods. For
That's
evil.
always the plan. I just, haven't met anyone but Slaverman, and then we went after him immediately.
There you go. Sorry, Gorthos has something in his throat.
I want to ask, as you guys are talking through this, are you guys going to be heading anywhere in particular?
Gorthos has a meeting to keep.
oh yeah, you got to go to the king, right?
And I'm just gonna try to see if I can get that Octorok to give you the mace back.
Good luck with that.
I guess I'll go with Marco and do that.
Okay. As you guys are chatting up and going down to the bottom of the gate, eventually, as you guys get to the bottom and start your little walk, you also look over as you see what appears to be a familiar face making his way over toward the castle as well.
Who's that? Is that Watt in the corner with a chair?
Hey.
As you guys would see Gallon approaching from the city itself after his third breakfast.
Hello, Gal. We were about to have second breakfast.
I don't
Hello,
want
Gal.
breakfast.
Hello, Gallon. You seem overstuffed and sad.
No, I'm fine. Overstuffed, yes.
Well, we got more information.
As you guys would be making your way toward the castle, you guys could potentially go over that information with Gallon. However, before we do any of that, we're going to go to Jasna.
Did we make it to the office session yet? Are we gonna be the green guy now? How long have we been on this ship? 3 years? Hello.
Jasna, you ended up leaving. Leaving the house in the company of
I didn't leave. I was kidnapped.
As you were going to be making your way toward finding a Nimbusy boy, is that correct?
Yep.
As you were taken from your home in the arms of a muscular Gerudo, the two of you would be making your way away from the home. Kuro seems to be basically understanding exactly where to go. I'd like to know, what do you want to do while you're still being carried by Kuro?
Can you at least not carry me in the fireman's carry?
Oh, is that a type of carry you wish me to hold you in? I could do over the shoulder. I could do the cradle. I could do the princess.
The what?
The cradle, the princess, the over the shoulder.
The cradle? Just put me on your shoulder, please.
Hold Jasna like hamburger.
You want on shoulder? Or do you want over the shoulder?
I just want to see what's in front of me, please. Just give me some dignity.
Ah, I see what you want. As you see him take you up and seem to twist you around as he goes to put you on his shoulders, as in like piggyback ride.
This will do.
Can you see everything from up there?
I can see.
Perfect. And with that, we will run as he continues forward.
I'm pretty sure I'm faster than you, though. I'm pretty sure I'm faster than you, though.
But you don't know where to go, do you?
I guess.
Ah, perhaps this is one of those challenges people keep telling me about.
It's not a challenge, just... You know what, sure, it's a challenge now. I don't know where we're going, but...
Do you want I should let you down?
Where are we going?
We're going to see Nimbus.
Yeah, where is he?
He looks around. Well, he could either be where we were staying, over in that alley over there. He points over toward a back alley. Or he could be over by the inn, which is where we stayed after we were in the back alley. Points over toward the inn. Or he's off he's off training in the small woods beside the Temple of Time. Or he's
Well, that
someone I
gives
do not
us-
know.
That gives us places to check. Okay. You know what? Yeah, you lead the way. Do put me down. Now this is.
This is.
That's it. This is certainly a thing that's happening.
Is it a bad thing that's happening?
It's a thing that's happening.
You see him bring his hands up as he twists around and allows you down off of him and places you down onto the ground.
Thank you.
I'm sorry if I seem a little too He shrugs. Me?
Yourself, yeah.
It seems as if you are uncomfortable. Would you like me to do something else?
We could go do the thing we were trying to do.
Of course. He stops for a second, then looks back to you. Forgive me for asking, but is there a reason this is so hard.
A reason why I'm looking for him?
Yes, I was under the impression from what he told me that you hated him.
Yes, and usually he's with you. And suddenly he isn't.
You're
I
worried
think
then.
it'd be a little too convenient if he don't put words in my mouth.
Oh,
It'd be
fine.
a little too convenient if you disappear like that.
I'm guessing there's nothing you want to talk about then.
There's nothing I want to talk about, Kuro.
I was just saying because sometimes it's easier to talk to people who you don't know, right?
No,
I'm wrong?
that's not how it works.
I find it very easy to talk to people about what's going wrong with me, especially if I don't think that they can judge me for it.
You know we can just get going, you know?
Well, alright then. I was just giving you the option.
Option has been acknowledged, and I've said I have declined it. It is declined.
He looks around for a minute, then looks back to you. Well, let us check out the alleyway then. It is the closest.
You seriously just were in this alleyway for like how long?
For a night or two.
In the
As
alleyway.
he makes his way back toward the back alleys. That is, I don't even have to roll. What the fuck am I doing? Him and June would not be here. But as he begins to make his way through back around the inn, they would probably not be there this early because they already saw Aga and Pika. So yeah, you guys follow. You guys go across town after checking out the inn and the back alleys. Upon doing so, you guys pass by the goddess statue. You would look around, seeing if anybody here gathered would have seen anything or noticed anything, until finally heading off toward the small patch of woods beside of the Temple of Time. As you guys get there, you would note that stepping inside, you would see that there are several different places here in the woods where you can tell that you're not sure if it was Nimbus that would have came by. You do know that both Roki and Kira also were here in the city, but you do see the very telltale signs of people practicing jumping around or like moving around in the trees. As you go forward throughout this area, you would eventually try and grab them. There they are. You would eventually come across what you can only tell is a bit of a camp set up in the center of this place. As you guys do, you find what appears to be a member of the Royal Guard sleeping against a tree.
I guess they work around here now.
Looking at her, you would notice that she was the one that left with Nimbus last night.
Ah, okay, now it's coming together.
She just seems to be sleeping beside of one of the trees. Nimbus is not seemingly in sight. As he Kuro just kind of looks around. This is where we were staying. I don't see him anywhere though.
I suppose we could wake her up, but if you're sleeping in the woods, it's probably a reason why.
He brings his hand to his mouth. If I were a Nimbus, where would I be? You know, there was actually something he used to tell me. If this is who I think it is, he was watching over her before I met him. As if he was her guardian.
Her guardian.
So all we have to do is put her in danger.
We're not putting her in danger.
It would be the simplest way to find him, would it not?
It would. It would. But it's probably not a good idea to put someone in danger.
Well, it wouldn't be in real danger. I mean, what out here could cause real danger to the two of us? Although it might be rude to wake somebody up.
I suppose we could pretend she's in danger.
Is there something we can do that would not arouse her?
See, the simplest thing would just to make a loud noise, which then she would immediately hear it.
He begins looking around. As he does, I have an idea.
Do you now?
What if we start a fire?
Start a fire.
It is not loud enough to where it will wake her up, and it will probably be seen for very far away.
Kuro, I want you to think of what you just told me. I want you to think of the fact that you're causing a fire really quickly. I want you to really, really roll this over in your head for a second. Do you realize we're in a city, right?
Yes.
Do you know what fire does?
It burns.
What does it also do? What does fire do when it comes in contact with things that aren't in fire, Kuro?
It burns.
Fire spreads, Kuro.
Ah, yes, that as well.
We're not burning the city now.
Well, I believe I'm out of ideas.
I suppose we can just simply look around and see if we can find anything.
Good idea. There was something he liked to do. Whenever we were fighting against the guards, he was hiding. So all we have to do is find out the best place to hide.
That we can do.
Where would be the best place to hide?
Just points up.
Ah, yes, if we could fly, then no one could see us.
Think a little bit more down, Kuro.
I suppose if we were digging, no one could find us either.
No, not digging. The trees. It's the trees.
Ah, if we were in the trees, it would be hard to see us from the ground and the air.
Yes, this is the best place to hide in the woods.
Oh, luckily we didn't burn any of the trees down.
Yeah, aren't we happy about that, aren't we?
All right, I will go look in the trees. As you see
Why
him
don't you-
grab onto one of the trees as if he's about to start climbing.
No, let him go ahead. Let's get climbing.
He climbs up into the trees. You do as well. Upon doing so, why don't you roll me for your diligence?
All right. Oh
I love
no!
your
I
stack,
have
by
to
the way.
put down my spell.
I love your stack, by the way. It's a nice stack. Get rid of it.
No.
Hey, nice deck.
Hey.
17, 18, 19, 20.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. We're finding this fucking hedgehog or else.
As Kuro makes his way a little bit off to the north of where you are, going through the trees, you begin to look around the denser trees around where June is sleeping. As you do find again the telltale signs of a Sheikah being in the area. As you are able to eventually see a very nice spot in the trees where you note someone appears to be sitting. You can tell looking over at them that they seem to somewhat be resting. Their eyes seem to be closed. However, you can easily tell that he is not asleep.
Well, we found them.
There's no we.
Gonna
You
go
found
tell Kura. If we can find. Oh no, I made a second problem for myself.
it. It's up to you. Do you want to approach Nimbus, or do you want to go try and find Koro?
I'm gonna go find. You know what? Before we fucking leave, just gonna go down. As I'm leaving, I want to just snap a branch really, really loudly.
You make your way down from where you are. As you do, you snap a branch very, very loudly. Upon doing so, you would see that the man who is sitting off on the side, his eye would open and look over towards you. However, he does not seem to move amazingly, like sporadically or anything. As he sees that you're there, you see that his gaze meets yours. Yes, no. What are...
I'll go tell Kura we found you.
Kuro, you're with him?
Technically.
Why are you here?
You don't tend to leave his side very often.
I mean, I've only known him for a little while. It was only a night, right?
What are you even doing here?
I was catching my friend up with what had happened to me.
The one over there?
She didn't sleep a lot last night. She didn't take the news extremely well.
Which of all the news? The whole time thing, or
the news about the one whose cape I wear?
The commander?
Yeah. He was a great man in Hyrule.
Does she know of this revenge plan of yours?
I didn't tell her.
What's the holdup?
I don't see the need to bring her into it.
You know she's only gonna get more worried if you do that, right? I mean, sure, go worry her, I don't care, but... At least she's some fucking responsibility for her.
If you don't care, then why are you here?
That's a good question. I'm gonna go get Kura.
That... You make your way down?
Yep.
You come down from the trees. As you do, you note that just a little bit after you, another shift is heard as another person lands on the ground near you.
I'm just gonna keep going.
You start making your way away. You hear steps coming from behind you as he appears to be walking with you.
I mean, I'm bringing him to Kura, that's fine.
Okay. You guys walk for a little while, making your way away from the place you had seen him resting up at. As you walk for a little bit longer away from that area, he looks over toward his east and then back to you. What do you think about my revenge?
I think it's borderline suicidal.
With more meaning, the results of it.
The whole allegiance thing. I don't like it. The Gorfas seems, at least, not interested, but it's a deal. You want something and you want something. You can't be angry all the time. If I'm gonna be stuck with you, I may as well get accustomed again.
Accustomed?
Used to.
Can I...
Guess I'm a little out of practice on that.
Can I ask you something?
Fine. You get one. Make it count.
Give me a moment then. He's like, oh fuck, I only get one. You see him stop for a second and just sort of like look down as he starts like looking at his fingers like I have so many fucking questions. He looks his hands over, like shakes his head for a couple of things, and then like looks up like, well, if that's the case, I guess the biggest one that I have is why He looks away. Why are you here?
Here in this forest, or here in Castletown, or...
You never seem to have that big of an interest in fighting. But you're with a group of adventurers and people who are, well, that's basically all they're going to be doing, right?
Basically, yes.
Why are you doing that? It doesn't seem like you.
Well, I'm not the you that you knew. Things change. Some don't. But some do.
whenever I was talking with your friends, they told me that you might have changed. They had said to come and speak with you, but you didn't want to be spoken to at that time.
Honestly, I still don't really want to, but as I said, acclimating, getting accustomed, etc. This is practice.
What's changed then?
I told you one question.
Right.
Maybe you get a chance at another one later. Don't hold your breath, though.
You see him think for a second and then look to you. There has to be a way, then, for us not to... For us to not hate this, then. He seems to be very hard trying to phrase it as not a question.
Clever boy. Maybe. Time does things. We'll see what happens.
It's nice to see you. I'll be quiet now. You...
You're not interested in starting to see it again, I'll admit that.
When he said, I'll be quiet now, he just seems to nod as you say that and try
He's
not
like,
to say anything else to really piss you off.
He's like, oh fuck, oh shit.
Do you want to say anything else to him, or do you just want to find Kuro?
Let's go find Kuro.
You make your way over to the other side of things. Eventually, you do see what appears to be a man walking up to every tree you can see and shaking it. Nope! Nope! Another squirrel! Nope! Nope!
Beehive falls out. Quick, we need to get in the house.
As he looks back toward, back around to you, it's like, oh, there you two are! You don't look very bruised. It does not look like you fell out of the tree very hard. He opens his mouth and then shuts his mouth again. He said he was going to shut up.
Maybe I should have.
Nimbus? Nimbus, what's wrong? Nimbus? Nimbus?
Kuro, I can just move back.
Nimbus!
Kuro, what the fuck? There you go.
Nimbus. Nimbus. Nimbus, why aren't you speaking to me? You see him, like, look at you, cross his arms, look down. Are you sick? We should take you somewhere. He picks him up. You see him grab Nimbus and, like, put him on his back like he did with you. Jasna, we have to take him somewhere to get him some lozenges or some potion or some sort of a spiritual healing or something.
Kuro, he's fine.
He looks back. Nimbus nods at him. Oh? It appears as if I'm missing something.
I assure you, Kuro, if Nimbus was actually sick or in pain, we'd know.
I suppose. He is a bit of an open book.
I was more talking that he'd actually be bleeding out if he was actually hurt.
Oh. You see, I was more thinking that if he was trying to hide blood, he could totally use that new cape of his, but I doubt he would want to use that, from what he's told me about it.
That would be very, yeah.
Or maybe he could bottle it.
The blood?
Put it inside of a magic bottle.
You think those grow on trees?
Do they not?
No.
Oh, I have 14 of them. I'm kidding now. Watch me juggle that they all fall and break. Aww. No. Well, let's go ahead and head out then. As you see him poke onto Kuro and go, like, shake his head. He points off toward the tree line. Ah, right. Hold on. He sets Nimbus down and goes off into the trees. Nimbus then looks over at him, looks back to you. Waits.
I'll leave you free off to it.
You guys hear a ah! A little bit off away from him. A little bit off away from where you are.
She's awake now.
As after a couple of minutes, I got her!
Well, you, excuse me.
Hello.
Excuse me, what is going on here? This is a violation of my rights.
I'm not quite sure. Kuro, put her down.
Okay.
Well, there we go.
She looks over, she sees Nimbus, she sees you.
Oh, you're the ones from the party last night.
Looks to Kuro and looks to you, Jasna.
That we are.
Thank you for allowing me inside. I'm sorry that I didn't end up staying very long. I'm sure that your party was lovely.
She makes her way over to you.
No offense taken.
My name is June. I am a member of the Royal Guard, and I would like to again release my utmost apologies for leaving so abruptly.
You don't have to apologize for leaving a party.
Well,
My name's Jessa.
I know that a party is usually for those who wish to unwind, and any sort of awkwardness would potentially stop that. I don't know if I caused anything of such a stir, but in case I did, I just wish to make sure that there was no bad blood.
Really, it was more of an after party, and it was less an after party and more me consistently letting more people in.
Is there a difference between a party and an after party?
I mean,
I'm sorry, I don't usually have too many of those to go to.
I mean, yeah, I suppose they're the same thing. It's just a party after a party.
Well, I know that you also had Ronan there as well. I know that he is a talented musician. I know that you also seem to have Nimbus was there. I'm guessing in some sort of capacity. You were all able to remind me a little bit of what had gone down, but I can only assume that if you are here trying to find us, that things went rather well then. Shall I congratulate you on your after party?
You may congratulate us on I don't think it's something to congratulate, but sure, go ahead.
I am glad that your after party had gone well enough that nobody had any problems.
Thank you.
What is your name?
What are you doing out here? I just told you.
Oh, you did? I'm very sorry. I was trying to introduce myself, and then I got rather excited about the idea of learning more about parties. I'm extremely sorry.
It's okay. I'll say it again. I'm Jasna.
Jasna, I will be sure to commit that to memory. I will never let it remove itself from my brain. Jasna.
Good. Okay.
Jasna.
What are you doing out here again?
She looks over toward Nimbus.
Well, me and Nimbus had a lot to catch up on. Apparently, I had assumed that I had only just made my way away from him, but apparently there was around a month or so of time between our last meeting, so he was able to inform me of all of the details of the aforementioned. Well, to be fair, may I speak frank, please, Jasna?
You may use any words you want.
It still does not seem to make a lot of sense to me. Something
Which
about
part?
time travel, and if he would have seen himself, then something would have happened. And something about how he has made friends, and apparently there was a problem with the commander. But again, all of these things just don't seem to make sense to me, because I know that I did not last very long in our fight, but I do not see Commander Domrin going down to such a beast.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. I wasn't
So,
there. You have to take his word for it.
I understand that. And I just there is a lot going through my mind right now, and she like brings her hand over to her mouth for a second and looks down, looks back over to you. I have a question for you and your friends, if you don't mind.
For me and my friends, so you want to go talk to them over there?
Well,
I have
yes.
no idea where they are, but...
Yes, I
Okay, no,
would
do
if
know where
they're
they are.
here. But if they're not, then I can wait. I just wish to know about... how can I put it? I wish to know about time.
I think Galen went to get breakfast.
So you're not the one I should ask about this. I'm very sorry.
No, don't worry. I'm not... Time is a concept that I experience. I don't understand it.
Well, you're being very helpful. I want you to know that.
Thank you. Thank you.
I wanted to make sure that you know that I am still gaining as much knowledge as I could use. Anything is good. So I will thank you for any input that you could have on this subject, and I'm sorry that I'm asking you unfair questions that are not to your skill set.
That's fine. We could try to find the others if you'd like.
I would really enjoy that if you would not mind. And it does not appear that anyone else has any objections. No, I'm perfectly fine going to find my brother. What about you, Nimbus? Any objections? Nimbus looks to you.
Their eyes meet.
Then it's unanimous. Well, I will lead us out of here. Do not worry. These forests are not very bad at all. I can make sure to get us out of here lickety-split, and no one would have any sort of... be sure to watch your feet. There could be some overgrowth. As she begins to take point and walk outside of the very much kept forest, quote unquote, inside the woods, mostly inside of this place. She seems to take it upon herself to take charge to make sure that nobody gets hurt.
Oh, thank you.
As you guys begin to make your way out from the forest, where exactly would you like to have them go, Jasna?
Fuck. Okay, so from when we talked, we know that at least 3 of them are at the castle. And then 2 of them are headed home. So probably we should go home and then go to the castle. And
you can definitely do that.
At least some through there.
As you guys begin to make your way back home, Polo.
Yeah?
As I had mentioned to you before, there was not anything that Shefos could have remembered during this time. However, in between the time that it would have taken for Jasna to leave and come back, is there anything inside of the home or outside of the home that you wish that you wanted to do?
There were a couple things that she thought about that she probably would have rambled here and there just for the sake of rambling at Shefos, all the things going on in her head. And a couple things that come into her mind is like I'm wondering where you learn magic. Miss Poe knows how to teach magic. Wonder how if Miss Poe knows a thing or two, or that one time that we saw Jasna come home with all that fucking fruit, but Nimbus gave her fruit and she didn't seem to bat an eye. And freaking that new cloak, maybe her ninja friends gave her that. Freaking that. There goes my idea for making her something neato burrito, but that fruit idea, I could try that. I could try that again and test a theory.
I
A
could
Sheikah
fucking
theory.
make fruit.
A Sheikah theory. We only have apple.
You have all the fruit you could ever want.
Not here.
Yeah, you do.
I'm gonna go get real fruit. I'm gonna go get real fruit because again, Jasna bought a bunch of fruit from the auction and it ain't in this kitchen. So she's noticed the Sheikah like their fruit, but there seems to be a condition to it, and Sheffos' pantry is one of them. So she gonna go to the market, probably trade some of the sweet vine and boar meat for some variety fruit. We're gonna bring this apple for safekeeping. Maybe someone will notice us with this apple, or maybe it's just for a fucking snack. And we're gonna go to a market and we're gonna try to get some other fruits.
I will probably say that if you are planning on going to a market, there is probably no trading food for other food, especially if they don't know where this food has came from.
Or some sort of grocer or something, some sort of grocery.
Food is one of those things that is very hard, I'm going to say, to try to sell to someone because it is a perishable. And
fair.
they wouldn't know exactly
what can I make with
to
this? Okay. with that in mind, we'll put it away. We will take this apple though. We'll take this singular apple and we're going to go to a grocer and look for various fruits.
Okay. What do you have on you? You have
I have a rupee.
Yep, is just the one?
I have this 100 rupee.
Okay. Polo, why don't you give me a charm?
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna use my only bat and my fleeting for this. This is important.
you have a fleeting from Closet Gremlins, though.
13. Oh, I didn't roll this.
Yeah, you have to roll that.
Alrighty, and then fleeting.
Roll me one more fleeting, because Emerald just gave you one.
Okay, one sec. Okay, well, that's still a 3, so...
13 plus 1 plus 1
is 15.
As you are out looking for fruit, I will say that apples are some of the easier ones to find, for decent prices. Other than that, though, when it comes to finding different fruits in the area, you're in a city with Sheikah in it. They bought them all. No, I'm kidding.
The economy has collapsed.
It's just like finds no good fruit. Maybe the Sheikah know. Let's go find
the fucking things that we have no idea where they're at. It's fine. We can just go have them Jason say help. As you begin to look around for anything that could potentially work for fruit and such, you would note that the cheapest you've seen pieces of fruit are around 20 rupees each. The apples themselves are potentially, again, the most numerous of the fruits around here. Maybe it's because there are maybe orchards or things. Maybe it's easier to get those than it is the other things around here. But you are able to find, you would probably be able to get some sort of a basket of 5 or 6 fruits for about 100 rupees. And we could say inside of those, those are mighty bananas. We can say those are, there'll probably be like at least an apple in there if you're getting like a basket. We'd probably say that there probably wouldn't be Volt fruit because those are like desert stuff.
Those are desert fruit, so yeah, those be imported.
We can just say like lemons and shit. I don't know.
It could just be some basic ass fruit. It
Some
could just be
basic-ass
bananas
fruit.
and oranges and like a
I
couple
want
berries.
to call them things though. Like it's gonna be a hardy lemon.
Wild berry is literally just wild berry.
Well, yeah, but those are wild berries, all right. Like those the Breath of the
Hardy.
Wild.
Why not like strong lemon?
No,
Or
no, no, no,
something
no, 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 no. We'll go with hard lemon. Anyway,
Lemons
no,
are hard, man.
you're probably able to get a basket of fruit for about 100 rupees. You want to spend that?
Yep, no, let's get rid of this. I can't hold on to the money. Clearly.
I would say then yeah, you would be able to find a assortment of fruit. The most notable of those would be the hardy orange, the hard lemon, mighty banana,
And Swiftberry?
swift grapes,
Bro,
Uh-huh.
that makes some
and
nice
wild
lemonade.
berry.
Yeah, sure.
You've done
You
it.
tried. You've tried. It's okay.
Polo's hearty lemonade.
That's that thing of like she like looks at the fruit prices and she just like looks at the grocer. Why is fruit so expensive?
I really honestly don't know. I guess supply and demand mostly they go off the shelves at these prices. Sometimes we see quite a number of people making their way through town from Kakariko and buying all of it up usually.
So they drive the price up because they really enjoy fruit?
It's not that they drive the price up, it's just after they collect all of it, there's not really a lot left over.
So they cause a scarcity.
I believe that's probably the best way to put it. Anyway, have a nice day.
This girl learning economics.
There's that thing of like she looks at the fruit that she has, remembers we have a garden.
Hey, you could definitely plant some fruit in your garden.
Yeah, it's just like,
Hmm.
You would have to not use them for food.
that's fine. I've got a variety here. I don't have to use all of them. So it's like with that mindset, it's like
I think this is what they would call a business opportunity, but I'm not that well at. But the economics could be useful whenever if I ever. I could tell Vega. I could tell Brother Vega. He wouldn't care. It's a start. Maybe I can even sell them to Mr. Roki and Miss Kira. Would that make Jasna mad? I mean, I don't care, but I'll charge Mr. Roki double. Yeah, I'll charge Mr. Roki double.
she says out loud.
Fuck 'em.
She just says that out loud as yeah, I'll charge Mr. Roki double.
You wanna fucking go, bitch? No, I'm kidding.
fucking come at me, bitch. I'm looking for you.
Polo sitting here like the race war starts now.
First conquest, the Sheikah.
I'm literally just typing out all of the bullshit I just said.
She probably on her way home like stop by the inn and see like if Galen and her brother are there, because as far as she knows, they're still hanging out. So
There would be nobody at the inn whenever you would approach there at that point, because they did, even though the talk did take a little bit, it did conclude before they brought the second breakfast. So
Huh.
I guess in passing she would just ask,
Did you see a guy with horns like mine with your brother, Miss Rowe? Miss Rowe.
I would say she would be actually like cooking
Miss
in the back.
staff member at the inn.
I would say that she would definitely be cooking in the back. You coming here would be a little bit after they would be gone. I said they came a little bit early. Roll me
she would
for
ask the
luck to
random
see if. Huh?
Okay, I'd say if she wasn't there particularly, she'd ask a staff member. But just because we don't need to make a scene out of her looking for her brother.
I'd say yeah. They'd say
16.
They saw a man in a Kokiri outfit, fucking in a forest tunic, doing something.
To be fair, I can't expect anyone to keep an eye on him for long. I guess I'm gonna go look for my brother.
She's gonna grab the apple that she was eating. Not eating. Just looks at one of the apples that she has.
At least I have snacks.
Okay. I guess we're gonna walk around town and look for her brother.
Unfortunately, I know where he is, and he is not around town.
That's okay.
Where exactly are you wanting to go though? Because other things could happen.
Checking the fountain, maybe.
The only thing at the fountain you would see would be the Zora would be around today. Just sort of talking to people about the dam stuff. But again, you would have known about that for quite a bit.
Looks at the smiling goddess statue.
No, I don't feel like praying.
No, I don't feel like praying.
Fuck you, bitch. Sorry, Miss Goddess.
Sorry, Miss Goddess. Thanks for the light or whatever. Bye.
Sorry, Miss Goddess. You did good yesterday, though. Thank you.
Bow. Just gives a bow but says sorry, Miss Goddess. If she couldn't find any freaking wind or hair of her brother, she'd start getting worried, but no one.
Well, like again,
screaming.
like other than the goddess statue, would you have gone anywhere else?
Probably check a couple of the alleys just while she was looking for him. So maybe like this funky alley or like this funky alley.
Okay, so you are going down like this funky alley down here?
Yeah.
So you erased my funky alley route. I see how it is.
I'm sorry. I was trying to erase like the pink circle.
Sorry. No, it's fine. You can just erase my funky alley. It's whatever.
Yeah. Fuck your funky alley.
That is very rude to my funky alley. My funky alley does not deserve this kind of criticism. But speaking of a funky alley, trying to find a funky alley boy. There he is. As you would make your way down into Funky Alley Land, go ahead and move. I'm gonna go ahead and move the token Apollo over nya. As you would have found your way down Funky Alley, I'm guessing your hood and everything is down.
She's not wearing it.
Okay, just making sure.
She is not. She doesn't even have it on. Nope.
Okay.
She ditched that.
As you make your way down and through, you would start to look around, seeing if you can find anything of anyone here. As you do, you look down one of the alleys until you see something that seems to bring up a memory. You remember, I don't know if you were there, but I do also remember you were being told about this, but I don't know if you were there. But you see what appears to be
she was there.
A man down at the end of the alley, a familiar looking man then.
Yeah, he was the one that gave her flare seeds.
As you see that as you look down the alleyway, standing on top of his favorite manhole cover, which you had known is inside having a large amount of rupees and different sorts of treasures and stuff, you see Theodore way down there.
Oh, Mr. Theodore.
Everyone's like, but he's kind of sus. But she was like, he was nice that one time though, and he didn't. She'll cautiously approach.
You make your way down into the alleyway. As you do, you see that Theodore looks over towards you and seems to have a bit of a smile on his face. Well, if it isn't one of the champions of the city. What exactly are you coming? What exactly are you doing here today?
I was just doing some shopping and
I can see that.
Yeah, I'm looking around for people.
He looks at you for a moment. As he does, you see that his eyes do trail up to your horns and then back to you. I had noticed something different about you yesterday.
Oh?
You seemed a lot more, or a lot less, I guess, cautious whenever you were over at the castle.
I mean, we were in the middle of festivities and we were surrounded by guards and
Whenever you
nobody.
had came here the first time, I was definitely interested. You seem very much as if you might cry if anything were to happen around you. Yet you were comfortable enough yesterday to go and sit with the king.
I mean, we were honored guests.
That's very
so,
true.
As well, my brother wished to talk with the king as a fellow lordship of the land to the north, and I his sister. So of course I have to sit next to the king in case my brother needed help or advising.
Right, the monarchy being established to the north, right?
Yes.
Well, my lady, have you came to take your payment?
My payment?
I had offered you all payment last time you were here. Did you not remember?
My apologies. It must have slipped my mind with everything going on.
It was probably less of a slip of a mind and more of a, well, he looks to you, looks behind you. Your friends don't seem to be here today.
We're all taking a day off and running our own errands, doing our own things that interest us at the moment. I don't have that many interests at the moment, so only now am I actually stepping out.
Well, like I had said whenever you were here before, there was a certain problem that was happening around town that you guys had ended up helping me out with a great deal.
I'm guessing you mean Slaverman?
Because of whatever happened, you guys were able to become quite famous around here among the local merchants. Not only that, but you were also able to very quickly ingratiate yourself to my other rival, the one who holds on to things below.
Yes, him. Yeah.
As of right now, I'm not entirely sure exactly where the pendulum is going to swing, whether I'm going to have more control or he will after Slaverman's departure. But that isn't your problem, right?
Unless it somehow becomes my problem in that it puts the people here in danger. If I'm a champion, I'm going to be expected to protect it. Am I not?
But what do you be protecting it from? You know a
If
lot
you
about
didn't-
my competitor down below, do you not?
I
What
also
he is?
Yeah, I also know he has no interest in doing anything. He just likes bugs
He
and
just
being.
likes to terrorize the people that are down there and kidnap them against their will.
If they create noise, I understand the circumstances into which he did what he did with my friends.
I have a question for you, Polo.
Mm.
Is noise illegal?
No,
Is making noise, you think that that is punishable by kidnapping?
no. I'm not saying what he did was justified, but I'm aware of the deal that he made with the people down there. Because of what was happening with Mr. Slaverman. Everybody came to his domain wanting to continue what they were doing, and he was kind enough to do that on one condition. Or am I wrong?
And what if he continues that condition?
Well, you don't have to worry about Saverman anymore. Go find somewhere else to do your vending.
I'm not worried about myself. I don't ever go down there. In fact,
Then
I mostly deal in information, as you know.
yeah, well, they can go find somewhere else to vend. They can open up their shops again. There's no monopoly over the city anymore.
I'm just wondering what's going to happen is all in the future. You seem as if you are wanting to protect them, right? You call yourself a champion?
And that's what's going to be expected of me, yes.
And yet,
But
there are places in this city that are currently being haunted by ghosts. If anyone comes near them, they snatch them up and throw them in jail. Into some sort of confine inside. I believe that happened to your princess, did it not?
mm,
And
yes.
again, there was a lot of activity down below, about a lot of thieves that can run as rampant as they want and hurt as many people as they do as long as they remain quiet.
Mm,
That doesn't seem very productive for a society, especially being ran by, well, a very dangerous monster, don't you think?
mm,
You are on the right side of that monster, I will admit, and it was rather interesting to see that. Not a lot of people can get as far as all of you did. In fact, I would consider all of you lucky that you interested him.
mm.
What about those who don't interest him?
I'm pretty sure he released that dwarf boy after the day like he said he would. Mm.
He probably did. I don't know much about any dwarf boy. I wasn't down there after all. How could I have that sort of information? But I can put two and two together. I can make
Mm.
assumptions. Either way, like I mentioned before, are you here for your payment?
I wasn't looking for you if that's what you're thinking.
No, you're looking for your brother.
Mm. But it depends on what form this payment is, I guess. I feel like Jasmine would be mad at me if I denied it.
Well, it can come in two different ways.
Mm?
You know what I sell, right?
Information?
Mm-hmm. The payment for you could come in information, or you see him putting his foot over top of the manhole again. Monetary compensation.
Mm. Is it an individual reward or am I deciding for everyone?
I will give the reward to the champions, which is to say, it will be it'll be a one-time reward.
That's a relief.
And I'd like for it to be with one of the ones who were here making the deal in the first place.
Mm.
Which would mean only three of you.
Uh,
And among those three, I believe the other two are avoiding this place, are they not?
Gorthos and Jasna? They are the most suspicious of you.
Rightfully so.
Mm.
Just like Slaverman and Boogie Meal, I am one of the three kings of this place. I suppose king is a wrong way to put it, but
I feel like in the past couple hours that word has lost a lot of meaning. Yes.
kings of trade.
Sure.
At this point, the other two will not come here, willingly at least, to
gather any sort of reward, and I'm sitting here on quite a lot of information or money. I'd like to know. Would you take your reward? And what exactly do you want? That itself is very interesting to me.
Mm.
What exactly would a champion of Hyrule want?
I can make money anywhere if I want. I don't need money.
Mm-hmm.
So, how far does your web of information go?
You see a smirk go across his face. And isn't that the question? I would say the further away from Hyrule you get, the more broad the net has to be cast. But I know just a little bit about everything.
How many questions can I ask you? What questions?
I'll give you until I get bored. How about that?
What topics are you not well versed in?
Sounds to me like you've already started asking questions.
I
He
need to
leans
know
back against the alleyway.
the market town to the north.
Mm-hmm. The one
What do you know?
outside of Hyrule's Reign?
What do you know about it?
That is quite an interesting question. How many days do you have for me to let you know?
Days?
That is both one of the hardest places and easiest places to gather information from.
Mm.
I know quite a lot. I've been there several times myself.
Are you aware that there's a slave trade?
Mm-hmm. Just like many places outside of the kingdom's rule. Which is why, last night, whenever the king was speaking with your brother, I believe, what your brother was saying was extremely tempting for him.
I've been told that.
Getting a foothold in the north would be very advantageous and very, well, good for the people up there, don't you think?
There are other ways that that the North can get itself out of its rut.
Is there?
We just haven't thought of the ways yet.
As of right now, it seems as if the north is split among two different factions, if you want to call them that. To the north, there are the scattered demon villages that nobody wishes to really go to or provoke in any way. And then there is the merchant city that you spoke of. At the time, right now, I would say the true masters of the north would be that city. No matter how much your brother wishes to think that he is. That's just where the most people are. When you look over at it, unfortunately, there is slave trade, there is other illegal activities. There's quite a lot of problems in that place. But they're problems that, unfortunately, cannot be solved by, well, brute force alone. If the world could be ruled by brute force, well, wouldn't the demons already have won?
Of course.
That city is honestly fascinating. Gorgeous, even. The city entirely ran by trade, entirely ran by one's merit. There are rulers, of course, but to be a ruler of that city means to have the will of the people behind you, not any birthright. Tell me, how would invading a place like that be?
Invading? No, I don't plan on invading anything.
I'm just
I-
asking just out loud. I don't know what you're planning.
Oh,
What
oh,
do you think though?
invading them.
If you were to go after a place that was entirely made by the people who have rulers who are completely gone by the will of the people, what exactly do you think would happen if, let's say, a ruler calling himself a demon king would approach?
Mm, I don't know. Knowing Brother Vega, he'll probably just charge in blindly, but I don't know if Brother Vega plans anything.
Hmm.
He just keeps talking about being king, but he doesn't talk about.
Let's change the question then.
Uh.
How about we go from what would happen to why hasn't it happened?
Why has no one tried to take charge of it?
It's obviously a problem place for both the North and for Hyrule.
Mm. Maybe there's more to the Lord's ruling than just trade.
Maybe. But I believe it's also because there are smart people outside of that city.
Mm.
Again, my web does not go far beyond that place, but it does give me some things. When you say your brother, you have two, right?
Yes. There's one on Death Mountain, apparently.
That's interesting to know. I was more meaning the one that was there last night does not seem to be all there.
All there?
If he was calling himself a king before now, then he would have either succeeded or failed already with that city. But instead, there must have been someone there who knew better. Just like we here of Hyrule know better. If the king would have sent someone after that city, it would have either fallen by now and became part of Hyrule, or we would have backed off already.
Mm.
But we don't do that because the king is smart. And he has people behind him who are smart. You see a smirk go across his face.
Mm.
Right now, whatever happens to the north is none of our business. Even if the people there are starting to call it Northern Hyrule, it is not a part of our kingdom or a part of our allies. If we did make a deal with those of the north, it would be similar, I'm guessing, to what our deal is currently with the Zora. The Zora still have their ruler called King. However, because of that, there are problems happening right now in Hyrule. Their king believes themselves to be infallible, and at this moment is attacking the Bridge City, threatening to sink all of Lon Lon beneath its waves. I don't think Hyrule is going to accept another king like we did with the Zora. But if we do, it would at least open up a foothold.
Mm. Mm.
I can't say much on to what I know about the city. I know far too much to go over it with you right now. But what I can say is, it is a very interesting and sometimes beautiful place.
Mm. Um. What do you know about magic?
Enough. Again, a very broad subject, though. What exactly do you want to know?
How do people go about learning it?
Usually they don't.
They don't?
You have to be special to learn magic. I'm sure that you would understand as someone who is pretty special. Normal
Mm,
people do not learn magic too often. Normal people use what we know as magic items to go about their days. That doesn't mean that there aren't people who know magic. It's just, it doesn't come naturally to most of us. But if you're asking because of a certain person, I believe you already know the answer.
hmm?
You're asking because of your friend, right?
Yes, I am.
What is the answer that you want to hear, as opposed to the answer that you already know to be true?
I just want to know if there are other ways, if it has to be painful or.
There's always other ways. Those ways could be easy or hard, but there's always other ways. That's how our world works. There are plenty of different ways to power.
Mm,
But how many people do you think can teach those ways? How many people are privy to those ways? From the screams I was hearing
mm,
from that house up to the north, I'm guessing it was rather excruciating what your friend did.
mm.
But I can't say that they are not effective methods. The only other way I could see someone gaining magic is through, well, some sort of magical being or item. Something that already has that innate magic within them. Seeing as you haven't, well, seeing as you don't look at me very shocked, you might have already came up with that answer yourself, right? He puts his
I've
hands
seen.
up as you do that. He's like, "I'm not trying to make any enemies here. Sorry if my tone is betraying me. It's just you seem to already have your answer."
I just wanted to see if there were other ways so he doesn't have to get hurt anymore. I I've seen another way, but like you said, it's not something that people are immediately privy to. It
Champion,
was a magical being. Huh?
can I ask you something?
Mm?
Do you like exercise?
I mean,
Kind of just like looks down at herself.
you have to be fit and agile to be a good hunter.
Very much. Do you enjoy exercise?
Moving around is pretty fun sometimes, just getting fresh air, I guess so.
Hmm. Have you tried anything other than running?
Mm,
I know that you are somewhat naturally gifted, of course, but not everybody else is. For a lot of us, which is why a lot of us don't do it, we take pride in going beyond our limits.
mm,
Like your friend, the Zora. He's rather large, is he not? Rather intimidating, even. Though,
mm-hmm,
a heart of gold underneath from what I've seen.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Do you know what it takes to build a body like that? Genetics, obviously, but also hard work. And, to an extent, pain.
Mm.
It's different, I know. And this isn't a one-to-one thing that I can tell you, but your friend Gallon, I believe he's doing similarly. Learning magic in exchange for fleeting pain. Building muscle. Muscle of the spirit, as it were.
You know, you could have just said no pain, no gain, Mr. Theodore.
I've been told I'm a wordy little bitch.
Well, I wouldn't put it that rudely. I was taught better than that.
Well, believe me, the only one that's ever called me that is now behind bars, so...
Well, there you go. I guess then the least I can do is be there to help him and recover his wounds, even though he can just heal himself. I guess all I can really do is cheer him on.
Seems like as good a thing to do as any.
Mm. You said you have eyes everywhere, right?
Just about. There are a couple of places that's still hard to fit myself there, but my eyes are just as good as they've always been.
How do I ask this without it seeming weird?
Oh, believe me, if you want to keep my attention, the weirder the better.
Are you even able to see the Sheikah that protect the princess?
There are rumors of that. I suppose those can no longer be called rumors, but there are notes of people from Kakariko Village living in town. People have seen them every now and then, but they're not the easiest people to track. Even among the people that are there, you only see them in the castle only occasionally. But yes, I know of them.
There's not much to say about the one called Kira, but the one called Roki. He thinks a lot. It actually reminds me a little bit of my other brother. I don't trust him.
I wouldn't trust someone whose entire existence is about hiding as well. No, I can hardly talk.
I was just about to say, should I just not trust you either?
I think it's best for you all to trust me, though I doubt it's going to be as easy as me just telling you to.
If anything, if not a person to trust, a person to keep an eye on and keep close. That's why the king keeps you close, correct?
The king keeps me close because I am an asset. We both complement each other. I don't do anything that is illegal in this town. I'm just keeping an eye out. And sometimes the information that I give out aids people in need. There's no need for me to do anything too rough in this city as long as I have the king's ear. Or as long as I have the champion's ear. I would say I'm a much better asset than I am an enemy. Don't you think?
I'd be more inclined to agree than to disagree, Mr. Theodore. If I am to even consider the possibility of a position of leadership, I too would think about how valuable an asset you could be, not even just as someone of value, but someone to learn from.
As for those two, again, I don't know a lot about them. But I am rather intrigued that you're looking into the brother.
I've noticed that he's had fleeting interests in some of us. I don't know what his interest in me is, because he didn't even take me seriously as of then. but I've noticed his interest in my friends Jasna and Galen.
Hmm.
So I've been curious what he sees in them as well. Maybe you've noticed, since Jasna goes and trains with him, and, well, I don't know about with Galen.
The training, again, is actually news to me.
Mm.
Sheikah are best known for keeping themselves out of sight, even if it means being up front and center, even if it means being the only ones in the street. Sometimes it's hard, especially for well-trained ones. Could I tell you something? Free of charge, of course.
Well, if it's free of charge, I'll take it. I'll take it, of course.
I
That's
got an interesting little tidbit of information the other day
Hmm?
about a letter heading out from the city to Kakariko.
Oh.
It had
Hmm.
left about 3 weeks ago, I believe. 2 or 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Well, according to my eyes and ears around, that letter is returned to the city.
It didn't make it to Kakariko?
I believe it did. It just seems as if the one who delivered it returned here without, well, any sort of difference in wares.
Mm.
I do not know if they hold a response or if they hold something else, but he shrugs. I believe that is going to come to pass at a later time. The one thing that I do know is that this person was supposed to return with more mail.
Mm.
Knowing everything there, they could just be slow. But it didn't seem like they returned with much more cargo than when they left.
And if it was a postman, they would surely have more.
You would
Then
think.
that is odd. But why was there a letter sent from here to Kakariko?
That is the question, champion. Unfortunately, while I do know everything, at least a bit about everything, I do not know, well, as you've mentioned before, you can cast out a net, but what is a net but a bunch of holes?
Hmm. So I guess me being nosy proved a bit more ineffective. Sorry.
Again, you haven't bored me yet, but
Mm.
I do see that we are potentially getting to the end of this little stretch of our, well, muscles. Just
Mm.
different than the others.
I guess at the end of the day, I was just curious because, well, I can't assume that just because you have eyes and ears everywhere that you're constantly watching, but I have an interest in somebody,
Mm-hmm.
and I was wondering if other people had an interest in them too. I've never had rivals before. And I don't want to lose.
You see a smirk go across his face. Well, if you ever want to leg up on any of these rivals, you know where to find me.
Mm. Until then, I guess I have to learn how to find a Sheikah myself. But I think I have a hunch.
Holds up an apple.
He looks to the apple, looks to you. Well, well, well. One moment.
Hmm?
He reaches down. You see him lift up very, again, decently easily the manhole below him. As he does, he fishes out what appears to be a silver rupee and tosses it over to you.
It clatters onto the ground near you.
Oh, what's this for?
I pay for the information that I take.
Oh, you mean my theory?
Yeah, your theory.
Sure. Thank you. I guess this is probably as conniving as I've ever really been. I guess it's the demon in me.
If the demon ever wants to speak up again, well, I'm all ears.
If there's ever anything that the demon wants.
He leans back against the wall once again. Do you want to make your way away?
She'll give a polite bow.
And, you don't have to call me my lady or princess or anything like that.
I wasn't.
Okay, I know, but you said my lady earlier, and that's gonna... It's a bit...
I
It's gonna take
believe
a
I'm
bit...
going to call you what I called you mostly in this conversation. Unless you have a problem with that, champion.
Yeah, I think that works well for now. I will consider letting Jasna and Gorthos know about inquiring with you, but I can't make any promises. But at least I know where to find you, and I at least trust you a little bit more than them.
I love how you're just like slowly leaving.
A good day, and thank you for the information. And
As you go to step out, you do see that there is, if you remember,
Mhm.
as you go to step out, you do see that there are a lot of people looking at you from the outside of this place. You see on the other side, you hear, "It's all right," and then people seem to go about their day outside of the alley that you come out from.
okay,
Looks back at him.
all's fair in love and war.
And then
That's what a general would say.
Fomel is thinking about things. Don't worry about it, Fomel. Everything's fine.
I would never think about anything. I'm just amazed at the series of events that have transpired today.
As
I don't-
you begin to
know
make
what
your way home, I will say we are 30 minutes over time. So I believe that we're going to be ending things off with Polo returning home. Oddly enough, after Jasna, because Jasna, you're gonna get here and it's like, Polo's probably here. Where the fuck she go?
He's probably what?
Chef us, where the fuck is she? What'd you do to her? Did you eat her? You open up Chefo's mouth like, I'm coming, Polo.
It's time for Chef
Dude,
Rose
pick
inside.
up your groceries. I'm gonna assume that they're actually here.
No, she's holding her groceries.
Then grab them.
Hold on.
Because I'm telling you, whatever is in there, I'm assuming is in there.
Here, let's put this back here. I'm gonna put this in Polo's room for now, but she's carrying them in a shopping bagoo.
In a shopping bag.
Shopping
The
bag.
ancient Highland shopping bag.
I'm very happy. I think that's a good place to end things off, by the way. But I'm very happy playing freaking June again. June is like very freaking fun for some reason.
June is just so happy to be here.
She is so earnest, and I love her.
She's just like, congratulations on your party. And it's like, I guess.
You know, I've only just noticed that she has like that little hair in front of her face.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
She
she's
can
cute.
see only half the time.
She's very interesting and cute.
She is very earnest, is what she is, and I'm very happy playing her because she's like, well, as long as everyone's having fun, I guess.
I don't know what's going on. What's the concept of time? We will find out.
There is certainly some strange things going on, and yesterday I believe I witnessed potentially the murder of my superior, but that does not mean that I have the luxury to overlook different accomplishments in people's lives.
Oh man, taught I just taught a mafia boss how to attract sheep.
Yes!
What do you mean, Squeaky?
Oops.
It's fine, Squeaky.
Told that man like a
It's
half
fine.
things that he didn't know before.
Yeah, he did.
It's fine, Squeaky. When I get my
Like,
chance
fuck
to talk
it.
to him, it's gonna be worse.
Like sister, like brother, like sister. Let's be honest.
The one brain cell runs in the family.
Man.
Your eyes and ears go far, right? What do you know about Chica? Do you know about these Chica? Oh, okay. You don't know anything about this Chica? Well, at least I get to test my theory that you really like fucking fruit.
Told him so much shit.
How is she supposed to know that that's detrimental? Some dude randomly told her, yeah, the Sheikah really like fruit for some reason. But she's like,
I gotta
yeah,
I gotta make a fucking boss sheet for Theodore, maybe. I don't know, man. I'm kidding.
Oh, don't, Nico, you might want to get that ready for what I have to do with him.
I'm just saying, random grocer dude was like, man, the Sheikah really freaking drive up the price of fruit with all their buying of it. And she's like, well, that's certainly really weird. Okay.
Well, they just think it's like, oh, they must not have any orchards over in Kakariko. That's weird. They don't know that they fucking desperately love them or anything.
Yeah, but then it's like, she sees Jasna come home in the auction house with all this fucking fruit, yet we have infinite fruit in the pantry a la Chefos, and she don't give a fuck. But then it's like, that's fucking weird. And then it's just like, I have a theory.
What's the difference, Jasna? What's the difference between fruit from outside and fruit from in here?
The effort.
What's
What's the point in life if you don't earn it?
Listen. A lot of effort went into making that kitchen produce infinite food.
Also, she
Yeah,
don't.
Bo, I don't know about it.
You don't trust Roki. these two Sheikah are very, very not good at their fucking jobs. So it's just
Let's
like,
pretend that's why you're saying that. Let's pretend while the stream's still on.
I've been taking notes. Polo's noticed things. I'm just.
Let's pretend while the stream's still on.
like Roki.
Don't worry, guys, that we're at
Doesn't like Roki.
Roki just over here. Of course, daughter of the great demon general.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have fucking said that. Maybe you should have been a fucking piss baby for no reason. Why I do shit to you?
I mean, just
I
before
like
that,
how
you were
Roki's
you were bringing up the
insufferable.
whole daughter of the great demon general stuff.
Yeah, because he was being all like, we don't.
His crime is being slightly insufferable.
No, she was like freaking. I like, again, I remember her position. It was like, wait a minute, we're both taking blame. Don't count me out. I'm a part of this too, sir. And it was like, does it make a difference? Fuck you.
Yeah, because he's an asshole. Congratulations, you found this about Roki right now.
Yeah, doesn't mean I have to tolerate that shit. Nope.
We'll have to see how things go, especially whenever the Sheikah and you go on the road. I wonder who's gonna replace Kira.
Yeah, again, he works for the king, and his network of information is vast. So in her head, she's like, "So you probably know, right?"
Yeah, definitely.
Oh,
Definitely.
yeah. So you probably know.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely, yeah.
That was a mistake.
How was she supposed to know that he didn't know?
Yeah, definitely. I get that.
Next time, I'll just not get in prison in the Lost Forest. I'll just like go to Gerudo and just live there for the rest of my life.
I'll just love the idea if like later on you guys actually do piss off Theodore or something, some sort of boss fight's about to happen, and Theodore just shows up over in the corner, and it's just like Jasna looks over and notices him. He pulls out a banana.
It's like, fuck. All this can be yours.
Hey, Jasna, you want to make a deal?
You're just like, you fucker. You think that I'm gonna give up just for one banana, and then like someone's gonna wheel out a wheelbarrow full of fucking fruit from like their corner.
No, you see, in the room, there's a fucking manhole next to him.
He moved the manhole. He moved the manhole. It's a magical manhole. Actually, just take like little tape and just bring it over.
But yeah, we have quite the adventure ahead of us here in Zelda. Quite a lot of interesting things are gonna happen. You guys finally
at least for a little bit potentially understand what's going on with some people out there in the world. Apparently,
Yeah,
some
man.
people are acting weird because they've lost all their inhibitions. Anything stopping them from performing any of the deepest desires or deeds in their heart.
So what you're saying is the chieftain just really wants to fuck her brother.
Yeah, her.
I don't know any.
deepest desire is
No one
fucking-
mentioned the chieftain, Jake. Who knows what's going on with the chieftain?
Maybe
Like,
she's just
That means
horny.
it's
What's the
not part of
problem?
it.
Maybe she's
nobody
horny on
mentioned
me.
the chieftain, Jake. Like, what are you talking about?
Also,
Listen, I'm
sad.
just saying she was aggressively grinding on Kuro.
He was just waiting. She was just waiting for him to get ripe, and then he got ripe, and now it's time to eat.
Well, I mean, you know,
Guy.
she's not just going after Kuro. She's going after everybody.
That's disconcerting.
She wants a harem.
That's understandable.
Hey guys.
Yeah,
I'm
actually,
sad.
no, we're definitely related then.
Guys, I'm sad.
Yeah.
The chosen one I was connected to died before my backstory game.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually. It does make a lot of sense that the person who like preceded you fucking died.
I say that only because fucking Gallon and Ronan are connected to the other two. I'm saying that as a joke.
Yeah, the
don't
reason
believe
they're
I would
connected to those
actually
two is
be.
because they're magic.
Yeah, exactly.
You didn't choose a
I didn't
magic.
choose magic. I chose
Yeah,
thief.
you didn't
I
choose a
became-
magic background, so there was no magic person to tie you to.
Yeah, that's very true.
The freaking Triforce is just like, yeah, I can make you quicker, I guess.
Would you like to steal?
Here.
You want me to
Triforce
say
is like, here, now you can do sick kickflips.
Here you go. How you're a thief? Okay, here you go. You want to steal things in your heart of hearts? Here you go, boy. Have fun, I guess. Yeah,
It's
that was not the
fine.
way I thought that conversation was gonna go. I thought there would be more, not yelling specifically, but I don't know. I thought it would be something completely different than that. But that
I
was
love
really
how
neat.
literally everybody is like, we want revenge. And then fucking June's like, nah, I don't think he would have been taken down with something like that.
I don't think, you know. Maybe
Marco-
he's
You just have to always
chilling,
look
you
on
know?
the bright side of life. Let's be honest. There's just so much good in the world.
It's like there's so much good in the world. And it's like Kuro was about to burn his entire fucking city down.
But he
For no
didn't.
reason, just. But he didn't.
I can't
Instead,
wait for
he
the
just
next
woke
game.
me up, which honestly, in comparison, is definitely preferred.
Yeah, man. Fucking things are looking up and up.
Fucking love June. Anyway.
That's it. There's no more jokes.
June is wonderful.
And Nimbus is just back there like, I could have one question, any one question. The one that was on his mind was, huh? But then he's like, no, let's go with the other one.
No, it sounds like it's
But
more
like a
useful.
question mark at the end.
I love like at the end he's just like, I need to say something, but I can't ask any more questions, so I'm going to tell you.
I'm just going to put him in. It's like clever boy. You know what? That's valid. You win.
Next game is going to be fun. And I am excited for things that I'm going to do. It's,
Why
gonna,
are you all like this?
it's gonna be great. Hey Theodore,
Well-
how you doing?
Whoops.
How many
Let me
state
indent
secrets
the
are we gonna
entire
give this
party, dude.
man?
It's fine. I'm sure that the more secrets you give him, the more he won't want to overthrow the world government. No, I'm playing.
I just can't wait to come back and it's just he's sitting on the throne now and it's like, yeah, I blackmailed the king out of the house.
I don't know about that.
And
the
actually,
way,
ever
thanks.
since I've taken over, I've taken care of all crime by getting rid of the actual like zombie that is in the black market.
There's no more crime now.
I demolished the ghost house because that was a no. I noticed that there was a monster growing in your garden, so I had it removed.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. I like you now.
Not our sweet
man, good
spot.
man.
we sealed up all of the entrances from the inside of the Temple of Time so that no one can bypass the actual temple to go down into a murder dungeon. That was something that I thought would have been taken care of before my time.
He just becomes king and everything is better now, actually.
Man,
everything is factually better.
So what's
I
the
would-
problem?
We
I
fired
love
we
that.
fired the man at the treasury. Honor is no excuse for doing a bad job and conspiring to have a princess kidnapped. So, he's out.
Okay, he's my favorite person now. Fuck everyone else. Let's just hand the world to him.
No.
So I did a good.
Oh, so now you don't want to give him everything.
Listen, he basically did everything I wanted. Apparently, if he becomes in charge.
We sent a large group of soldiers down to the dam city. They're not going to attempt to fight anything, but they are going to be there in case the Zora there decide to attack and break the dam. While we've also sent ambassadors to the actual Zora's domain to talk with them.
I'm sure they'll be coming back any day now.
Tico, stop! You're making this character too attractive. I want to fuck him now. He's so
also,
painfully
we've
competent.
noticed that there is a bunch of disappearances in the Gerudo Desert. So we have sent in a battalion.
Just to go fight nothing, I guess.
He just has a checklist of things I'll fix if I sits. And it's just like, yeah, no. So, do you want more information, sir?
So he had a Triforce shard inside him.
His
Not
ambition is going crazy.
So
His
you
ambition
see,
is just fucking solving every
You
single
see,
enemy that's ever
this
existed.
lady Aga was around, and after I became king, I had her implant a piece of the Triforce of Courage inside of me. Now
It's just the fucking She-Cone jewel, man. It's the She-Cone jewel. It's the She-Cone force. It's the Triforce jewel.
see, Emerald, this is why we can't give him stuff, because he'll solve all the world's problems and there won't be a campaign anymore.
Problem with that?
It's
What's
fine.
the problem?
also,
It'll help
I
us be a
decided
boss
to
fight, it's
move the
fine.
Gorons from the literal active volcano. Just felt like that was a good thing to do. I gave them more land in the mountains to be away from the active volcano.
You see, he put them down near Lon, but then he allowed the dam to be broken, so they all died.
I
and
then
committed genocide.
renamed Death Mountain to Active Fucking Volcano.
Mountain.
I mean, Death Mountain kind of also encompasses what happens if you go there.
Yes, but I don't want there to be any sort of ambiguity here.
Oh, I see.
This isn't a
people-
challenge that someone has to overcome. This is an active fucking volcano.
Oh, okay. It's
Yeah.
people.
Man, if I'm gonna plant this fruit, it might be time for Hickory and Dickory and Doc to go.
Oh no!
Probably a bad idea to move the entire volcano because I'm pretty sure half of the economy of that volcano is selling potions to climb it.
It's that thing of like Hickory Dickory Doc. It's like we're getting good sweet vines, but no one likes you.
No one likes
No
you,
one-
so you deserve to die.
Accurate.
They're
As
good
long as they're
boys.
size, they're fine.
It's okay. We'll give them a good Viking funeral.
If
No.
they turn
It's
into
time to plant
I'm
strawberries.
going to eat Marco's head.
No, let them live. They're good boys.
They don't do anything.
They're
Give us
good
sweet
boys
vines.
as
Yeah,
they're
but
good
what if
boys
I
as
wanna-
long as they stay that size.
Yeah,
Specifically
but I want
that.
an
not.
orange tree.
We have this and this and this and
That's
this.
not That's not
Actually, no, you don't
So-
have all that.
No, we only have the flare. I can take out
You
the flare
have
seeds.
3 areas on this part. You have
I was
the-
told we only had 2.
Nope, you have the 3. You have this one here, you have this one here, and you have this one here. And then there is a small patch here that again was growing that one freaking flower.
Okay, well now that I know that, now that we know that there's a potential, there's another one here. It's like we can get rid of the flare seeds. We can plant something here. We'll have some fruit growing, and then I'll sell them all to Roki for double the price. I'll in order to learn to rule on a grand scale, we must first start small. I'll learn economics.
Oh, now you'll learn economics.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mama Jasna, teach me.
Squeaky takes on her third class. She's going for dealer.
I'm going for ruler.
There is no ruler class.
Not yet.
There is the ruling class, but there...
Those that worth those wages and endless war against.
I can do that too. I'm a daughter of a general.
the great demon general,
Exactly.
who apparently potentially died to being poisoned.
It was an assassination. That's literally what that is. He was assassinated.
I was wondering how a guy that can give someone else immortality died.
Among many other things. We don't even know what the other things do.
Apparently intentionally.
Well, apparently, again, according to what Vega thinks, he thinks that his dad knew he was gonna die.
Yeah, that's what I meant, intentionally.
Yeah.
So it's like that whole Emperor deal in Skyrim, huh?
Who knows, man?
It's like Inuyasha's dad, where he knew he was gonna die at some point, but he was like, "I'm gonna keep doing stuff anyway and go out."
I'm gonna die at some point, but I'm gonna go bang that freaking human lady.
I'm gonna go bang that chick over there. Go make sure I have a legacy.
Besides
my other asshole
I'm gonna go bang that sheep herder.
Yeah, I'm gonna bang the cute little sheep herder I found.
Yeah.
Meh. It's only funny to me.
I just love how Vega's like, no, it's fine. I'll just get Hedar to come over and he'll deal with like the economy or whatever.
I'll have him deal with all that shit. So he's gonna rule. No, it's gonna be me.
No, I'm gonna make all the decisions. He's gonna deal with all the stuff I don't understand. It just so happens I don't understand the law.
So you're gonna be a figurehead. You
No,
have fun.
I'm gonna be a king.
Yeah. That's what I said.
Sounding pretty cheeky for someone who got dubbed. No.
He's like, I fucking know you guys didn't do anything.
Yep.
Oh yes, he could.
I didn't smell the horny on you.
Any more than
On
you
her.
usually
I
smell
it
at
on
least.
you all the time.
Yeah, any more than you usually smell at least, you know?
I didn't smell imminent horny.
I didn't smell maximum horny.
Just passive horny.
I
God damn it.
smell of blue balls. I see.
I love how Gallon just fucking nodded his head at that. Just, yeah. You're really twisting the knife there. Just not telling him he's wrong, but not confirming it. Just let the man believe. It made everything else easier.
When you believe.
Because then he might have asked questions on how could you say no to my sister.
I can't wait till that eventually he finds that out anyway.
The second he talks to Polo about it, and she's like, "No."
What are you talking about? What? What?
Just what?
It's okay. I'm proud of you.
To dump would imply
We'll get you a real full-blooded demon boyfriend.
What?
Like what about Mike from the Raider Village? He seemed nice.
Who?
Oh, you remember Mike? He was the one that's always covered in blood from the tusks down to the feet.
Brother Vega, nobody talked to me.
Well, I didn't say he talked to you. I just said he seemed nice.
I don't even know who you're talking about, Brother Vega.
I mean, I'm saying he seemed nice. I never said you knew him.
Don't I have to know them to confirm for myself or even give them a try?
Listen, I don't deal with this kind of stuff. I'll show you to my secretary once I tell him he's my secretary.
Brother Hedar is not your secretary.
He'll don't worry. He'll give in.
He'll definitely give in, no problems.
Don't worry, other secretary. He'll give in.
I am not your secretary.
No, you're my other secretary.
I am not that either.
You drive a hard bargain, head secretary.
In fact, that hurts me. That hurts, Brother Vega.
Well, then you should not let it.
I'm telling you, I'm letting
I'm
you know
sorry
because I
you
will not
feel
allow this. I will not. I forgot how our deal goes.
The deal is only I'm not gonna talk to you the way I talked to you before.
Well,
Your
you're
side of
doing
the
it
deal
now.
is not letting me hurt you.
Well, now you're talking to me like how you used to, so you've broken the deal.
I've never said you were my secretary before now.
You said I'm your other secretary, and that's even worse.
But then I called you my head secretary, which is much better.
No,
The
it's
pay
not.
is so much better.
You've never paid me. You don't even have money. You
Well,
gave it all to
you've only been my secretary for like 5 minutes.
Brother Vega, I quit.
You can't
So
quit. You're fired.
So should I tell Face Eater Mike to not come? Like,
Oh, don't worry, other secretary Marco. I'm sure we
You
can
can't
think it.
decide people to be your secretary. That's not how it works.
She's so jealous.
yeah, I know, man.
New head secretary Marco.
New head secretary Marco.
Promotion in 5 seconds. Yes.
How are those stocks doing?
They're good.
Oh, thank God. I don't know what they are, but I'm glad that they're good.
Yes, they're good.
Yeah, stocks, bean stocks, right?
Because hiding the fucking the
Fucking carrots grow on trees.
talking about corn stalks.
Fucking carrots grow on trees, motherfucker.
Well, yeah. Obviously.
No, they don't. They don't.
You
They
don't
really
know.
don't.
They could be like demon carrots. You don't know. They're way better than your like regular carrots.
I've never wanted to die more than I do right now.
Well, you're not allowed to.
Hey, you know what, Brother Vega? I was gonna make you some nice box lunches so you had food to eat on the road because for whatever reason you really won't eat any food that isn't from mine or I confirm is good. But fuck
Well,
you.
we kind of figured out why today.
Yeah, we kind of figured. Well, Paula doesn't know that. she doesn't even know how her father died.
We kind of potentially figured out a little bit why. He's extremely paranoid.
Yeah.
I would rather starve than die.
We also found out about the Triforce of Courage and how we definitely could have put things together if we had actually considered things more. And I actually like that. Well, the whole Triforce causing things is like it seemed like it could have lined up if we'd had just a little more information beyond.
I'm glad that
it's
like
neat.
I really like Aga because Aga is literally just like instead of like being an exposition like it's an exposition like dump like character, she is like this is the thing, it's best if they figure it out themselves. And then it's just like Gorthos is like fuck. As the gears turn and he figures it out, he's like, fuck.
Fuck. Shit. Now we have to go back to the forest sometime soonish.
I mean,
Yeah,
that was we were planning to do that anyway.
Yeah,
But
definitely.
it's like
They did mention if you guys want to go after the choo-choo, obviously that's something you guys can do. But you know, Aga did mention like, hey, until you have a way to guarantee that you're not going to get brainwashed, might be a good idea to like not go after it immediately. Poking that beehive and all, but hey, it's up to you guys if you want to do it.
I can't believe Kuro became Animal Crossing during Jazz's turn.
Oh yeah,
Just shaking trees, looking for them bells.
squirrel. Another squirrel.
Nimbus. No, wait, that's a hedgehog.
I love how Kuro is like trying to interact with him, with Jazz, and Jazz is just like, fucking, we're going over here, and he's like, well, okay.
Do you want to confide in me, your deepest, darkest secrets?
No. Oh!
This was so much easier with Polo.
Alright! I guess we'll move on then. My guys, we are at the end of our session here. I think that next week we will see just how this day is going to end, and depending on where these guys are going to want to head off in the future. Again, Marco brought up a really good point. Going over to that dungeon right now is probably bad, but who knows, man? Who knows? And again, you guys can decide to head off to any of the different directions you guys want to after that. And there is a question that wants to be asked by the June whenever she gets back to all of you guys, but that can happen at any point in time. I hope you guys enjoyed ourselves. We enjoyed ourselves. Any questions, comments, below. We're gonna send you guys over to Gloomy Saki.
Oh yeah.
Because Gloomy Saki is doing a probably league, but hey, last time I was Heroes of the Storm, I don't fucking know. My entire worlds get turned upside down.
People still play Heroes?
Yeah.
It's League of Legends. He's playing
Okay,
League
it's
of
League
Legends.
this time. All right. The world is returned to normalcy, but holy shit, man!
So it's League of Legends.
I got
I
got so shook like the other day whenever he was playing Heroes. I'm like,
He's got that Spirit
doesn't
Blossom
happen.
Thresh icon. It's like the blushy Thresh.
Oh fuck yeah! That's the
Man,
best one.
I kind of miss Heroes now.
Hope everyone and until next time, guys. Like always, later days.
Well, why?
Next game's gonna be fun.
How dare you?
Can't wait for you to irrevocably indebt us to the worst criminal in the city.
Oh yes, debt.
I don't know what Marco has planned to talk to with Theodore. Polo asked her questions thinking that anything that she gives him would be information he already had. So if he learned something new, she didn't mean to tell him that.
Listen, an exchange of information is going to be had, and it'll be great.